All right, guys, welcome back again to day two of this particular journey of GCP cloud, Google cloud platform, right? So, guys, yesterday we have discussed a lot of core, or I can say yesterday we have discussed about the basics of the cloud computing plus some of the basics of GCP. Today's great plan, lots of core of GCP cloud we are going to discuss, and the real services today's the way industry use, and the main services that is very popular in today's market. That's what we are going to discuss in today's day number two. Okay, so some of the main agenda or main plan, guys. One of the service that we are going to discuss today is Kubernetes services. K stand for Kubernetes. One of the service that we are going to discuss about SQL services of the Google, and one of the service that we are going to discuss about would be App Engine. Okay, App Engine, and plus some more small services we have, maybe some related to storage or maybe some related to IAM. So these are the some of the main plan for today. But my main focus area to where we are going to spend much time today would be on Kubernetes service. Okay, because today's almost all the major applications nowadays depend again environment to environment also, but today's majorly the main services that we normally deploy on the top of Kubernetes. So either you implement your own Kubernetes or you can go for Kubernetes as a services on the cloud. That would be your choice. Okay, and plus I have lots of high-end integration I am going to show you. I'll show you how to integrate Kubernetes with the SQL services, or maybe how to integrate Kubernetes with the storage service, or maybe how to integrate Kubernetes with some other networking services like real load balancer, something like this. So very, very powerful content. Again, there is no prerequisite for this training. Maybe almost everybody might not heard about what is Kubernetes. So I will explain you things from very zero. Maybe you guys might know about understand about what is App Engine. So there is no prerequisite for this training. But whatever we learn today, guys, sorry, whatever we learned yesterday will help us, right? So again, yesterday we have discussed lots of core concepts of any of the cloud computing platform. Either you go to AWS cloud, or you go to Azure cloud, or you go to OpenStack cloud, right? So that was a very core concepts, right? So yesterday we discussed about project, we discussed about networking called VPC, we discussed about compute engine, something like this. So these are very small component. Maybe you directly use, or sometime when you go for cloud computing they give you pre-created. Okay, but these are the real services, okay, that we have to use. So some of the component you understood yesterday, or you doesn't didn't understood, it doesn't matter. It is very something, it is very independent services, so we are going to start the thing from very zero. So almost half and half time today I am going to spend on Google Kubernetes engine. Okay, so that's what my main plan. But before, guys, I go for this particular service, again, the everything whatever we are going to discuss today is absolutely practical with us, with showing you multiple use cases. So around 90% practical part today would be practical or the hands-on. Okay, this is one thing. Even though, guys, according to our program, every I think everybody has the agenda for this particular workshop. So in our workshop agenda, I think you have. So we have VPC, we have discussed already. We have compute service says we have already discussed. Plus we have containers engine, where the Kubernetes come in play, App Engine, storage, and IAM, right? So that's what we can very quickly cover today. Okay, yesterday we have to invest much time on the basics, because to enable the guys who are very new in the cloud to give the high level sense, okay, what exactly the cloud is. Even though, guys, this is a workshop, this is not the training. So in the workshop I have to balance the thing, right, in the workshop, because I can't go basic too much or I can go directly to the advanced, right? I have to balance between the basics, and I have to balance between the advanced also, right? So everybody who is participating in this particular workshop, they understand what exactly going on, right? So I'll try to balance those things. Same thing I'm going to do today. So I'm going to show you some of the advanced integration of how to integrate Kubernetes with a load balancer, with the databases. Okay, plus but we will start the things from very zero. Okay, so I'll try to balance the thing, even though the motto for this particular workshop was to kickstart the journey of Google cloud platform, especially those who don't know Google Cloud, plus especially those who don't know even the cloud also, because the intention was very simple. Nowadays, because of this particular situation of this pandemic, everything is going online. Everything is going online, and normally if you talk about the professional, or especially if you talk about the students, right, they nowadays they won't get a proper labs. So if you they are the pure technical guys, they need a lab. Normally from the university or colleges, they get the lab to do some real or implement some real thing, right? But now obviously because of a pandemic, everything is closed down or locked down. So cloud will be the great source where they get the great lab of almost all the technology, from IoT to augmented reality to machine learning to AI to storage, right, to the compute. So they can go to cloud. Even though if you go to GCP, you guys know 300 worth credit also you get free. That's the different thing, but at least you get the lab. So if you have any real thing to implement or real thing to practical practice or practically implement, you can utilize this lab to do the things, right? So this is the one of the might be one of the reason why I conduct this training. Why not AWS? Because in AWS they never provide you the credit. Okay, so this is the one of the reason why I go for Google. Even though AWS has a great market around around 90% market in the entire world is been captured by AWS cloud from the Amazon, right? Nobody can beat. Okay, nobody can beat the AWS cloud. But one of the reason why I picked the Google cloud, I just want to explore. I want you guys to explore the Google cloud also, because most of the guys might know might know the AWS cloud. Okay, plus is even though you doesn't know the AWS cloud, but at least okay, at least one cloud you know, and plus you get some credit also to practical this part. Okay, but yeah, but yeah, as a IT guys or the technical student, you should know almost all the cloud, so you can very easily differentiate the feature and the functionality. Even though if anybody who work on AWS, they might see the way they manage the resources very different, right? The way they manage the resources inside the projects and other things, right, is different in the AWS, right? So here we create a project. Inside the project, we create all the resources. So one click project create. Inside the project, manage all the services, all the API, all the resources, plus it is independent bill, it is independent quotas. One click, delete the entire project. So it is something like if anybody who worked on a cloud called OpenStack Cloud. So anybody who ever worked on OpenStack Cloud is a private cloud. OpenStack also, guys, in the OpenStack we also do in the same fashion, right? We also create a projects there, quotas there, and other things we can also attach, right? One click project create, project create, and everything we will manage inside the project, right? So it is something like OpenStack, but yeah, every cloud has their own way to manage their services, to manage their respective resources. Okay, but as IT guys or as a cloud engineers and anybody who are interested more in the cloud, even though I say there's no about interest, maybe you guys are interested in machine learning or deep learning, or maybe you're interested in some programming language. Cloud is a thing that everybody should know. It is a core, like like everybody. Some year back, if you go and say everybody should know computers, right? It is something like this. I believe everybody now should know cloud. Cloud is such a basic. It should be the part of the basics of the journey of our any of the technical life, right? So so you, at least you know the cloud, and at least you know how to launch the instance there and use the power of the cloud. And plus, because we are pure the technical guys, so you should know at least all the cloud, AWS plus GCP plus Azure, right? These cloud you should know, so you can differentiate depend upon the requirement. Hey, I like this feature of cloud shell in GCP. Let's go to GCP, and GCP is giving this much credit free, or GCP managing my thing in the projects very easily. I can manage. So one click project create, one click everything whatever I created, right? After I delete the project, everything will deleted clear. In AWS, it's very harder to manage the resources, right? Okay. Also depend how you create there. Plus in AWS they have lots of extra services also. So let's go for AWS to get those services, right? So it's all depend, guys, upon the requirement to requirement. It is, guys, this training is not about the differentiation. It is not about that, hey, Google is good cloud, AWS is not the good cloud. So this training is more to enable you guys in the cloud computing world, plus to give you one more flavor. Hey, this is the Google cloud, and if you think it is good for you, use it. If you think some of the facilities they are providing great, use this cloud. Otherwise you can go for Azure, AWS cloud or Azure cloud. But whatever cloud you go, the concept was exactly the same. Compute is compute, storage service, networking service is networking service. Maybe some of the terminology might be different, right? But the logic wise, they are exactly the same. So if you go to underlying hardware, even though I've worked in some of the data center for some of the use cases, so the underlying hardware for these cloud, or the underlying, the way they create the cloud layer or the cloud software is almost the same, right? There is no ss, it depends what power they give you, how how powerful their data center is, right? There's a different thing, but this is again, it's seamless. We can't go and check internally. So as a user perspective, as a tenant perspective, okay, whatever the GCP provide, almost the main service AWS also provide, and the vice versa, right? So this is one thing. But main motto, guys, for me to conduct this workshop, to enable you guys. So because I believe cloud should be the basic skill for all the technical guys, either the students or the professionals. They should know the cloud. That's the main thing. Okay, so let's guys continue with the next part. Before, guys, I start the Kubernetes part. I would explain some of more basics here. Okay, so I told you guys yesterday, GCP is a Google cloud platform. And if you want to communicate with any of the cloud, okay, every cloud has their own products, own services, depend upon your use cases. What is your actually use case? And every service is like one kind of program, and every program they give you one API. Okay, API for you. Okay, so the so what I'm talking about here, if you want to communicate with the API, I told you either you can use a web UI, you can use CLI, and maybe some programming method also you can use. But guys, I'm talking more about the CLI perspective. So if you want to communicate the GCP or maybe Azure or AWS cloud, they have the CLI. The great thing about in the GCP, okay, if you want to spawn and use the CLI, okay, it is also known as shell. Okay, because when you go for CLI, they give you a command line. This is called shell. Okay, so Google has the cloud shell, so you can go and launch the cloud shell. But only challenge in the cloud shell is you have to first go and log in to a GCP account, and after login, in the top you can see activate the cloud shell. So it means without logging to this GUI, without logging to the GUI, you won't able to activate this particular cloud shell. Okay, but maybe, guys, there's some if you normally, when you go for the next step in the cloud world, right, after some time, when you guys comfortable with the cloud services, when you're comfortable with the concepts, at that time you yourself start liking to work on the CLI. Okay, as a technical guys, we don't like UI. I can't say directly you jump to the CLI. Initially, just clear your concepts by using this GUI and open the services, launch something, just be conceptual clear what exactly is happening here. But after you do multiple times here, and after you become logically clear what exactly happening over here, okay, then you start liking the command line, because command line has will give you lots extra power, extra facilities, plus they are very super fast, plus very logical, right? We know what exactly happening in the GUI. Sometimes we don't know what is exactly happening in the behind. Some error come up, we don't properly get the error, and without getting the error, it is very harder to troubleshoot what exactly happening, why is failing. But the command line, normally they give you proper error. It will help me if something happens, something error come up, so how to solve it, how to troubleshoot this part. Okay, but the challenge here is, for this you have to log in the graphical screen. But as a technical guys, maybe you guys might have started the technical journey, but as a technical guys, normally technical guys doesn't like this kind of GUI. They are very much comfortable in the CLI. Okay, so what technically what I'm talking about here. So without going to this web UI, without activating the cloud cell, this cloud cell from from this particular web UI, what can you do? You can use your base operating system. You can use your laptop, okay, or maybe in the laptop you have Windows operating system. Okay, and so in from your Windows or from a Mac or from a Linux. So for example, in my case, this is my Windows, right? So from my Windows, I can connect to the Google Cloud. You don't have to log in from your browser. From here, you can connect to your to your to your Google Cloud. Okay, with the obviously with the command line. So you don't have to log in. The only requirement is, okay, if you want to connect from your base laptop to the Google Cloud, okay, obviously first of all you can only connect via CLI or via CLI. But for this you have to install one program. You have to install one software. Okay, and that software is normally known as SDK, software development kit. So one software you have to install in your laptop. It doesn't matter your Windows, Linux, or Mac. You can install in laptop, and the name of the SDK is again G Cloud. So command is exactly the same whatever we learned yesterday, G Cloud. But this G Cloud command is not running in my laptop. Actually, this is the program running on the cloud on the GCP portal. But today we are going to install GCP G Cloud SDK, or you can say software, in my laptop. So without logging to without logging to this page, you can do almost everything. I say almost everything, 100% everything you can do from the command line. Okay, so for this you have to install this software. Installing this software is pretty straightforward. Even though if you go to the Google Drive, whatever we share with you guys, so I have shared this software with you. If you go to this Google Drive, so Google Cloud SDK installer. But this software I shared only for Windows. But if you are using Mac or Linux, you can search G Cloud download, something like this. You can download for Windows, for Linux and Mac. Just search this term in your search engine. Okay, obviously Google, and they give you guys directly. So here you can go, and let me guys share it. One minute. So here guys, if you go down, they give you a link. This is the link they provide you. Okay, there's a link they provide you. Click in this link. It download the software, and installing guys is pretty simple. Just double click, next, and it will install for you. And final screen final screen, you will see this one. And when you finish in the last, when you finish in the last, it will automatic ask you, because idea is simple guys. Because right now I would like to connect my Google Cloud from my laptop. So you think guys, this is the Google Cloud and this is your laptop. Okay, so if you want if you want, your laptop will go to the Google Cloud to do the things. First of all, you need some program. The program name is called G Cloud. But obviously guys, because you are going from a laptop to the GCP cloud, either you can use UI or CLI, it doesn't matter. You have to log in. So first time when you launch this program, right? First time when this installation complete, when you click on the finish, okay, they automatic just go to GCP and ask you to log in. And for login, guys, this program automatically start your Gmail account or Google account and ask you to log in and authenticate this program. So it's pretty straightforward. Just one, because in my system is already installed. But if you click in the software, this particular link, they will download. And after download, just click next. This screen come up, and if you very talk about very basics about this particular this particular screen, this particular screen. So in the last, it says as soon as you finish this program, I will run G Cloud. I will launch a cell in your laptop. I guess this last screen means I automatically connect your laptop to the Google Cloud. And obviously, first time you're connecting, so we will ask for the login and password. For the login and password, I will automatically open your browser, or I can give you one link. You can use this link to put in the browser. Okay, and this link will ask you the login and password of your respective account. So right now, guys, because I log in this particular account, so you have to give the login and password at this particular account. Okay, and they authenticate it. Okay, so guys, right now it's don't require right now, but in the first break of today, okay, you just go and install it. Any issues, just post in the Slack channel or in the Q&A. I definitely help you, but it's very straightforward. I don't want to invest the time while showing the installation. So it's pretty straightforward. So you don't have to do anything else whatever they write here. Okay, only thing, just download this software and click and install. That's all. That's the only thing you have to do. But in this process, guys, I have already did in my laptop now. So this is my Windows. So let me again open. This is my Windows. I'll open my command prompt, or in the Mac or Linux, you can open your terminal. Okay, and from here, if I now run gcloud command and ask how many projects we have, okay, this is the guys is exactly same command whatever we run yesterday, but only difference is this command yesterday we run from the same GUI, right, in this from this cloud cell. Now we don't require now this cloud cell. Whatever we want to do without open, even though we don't have to log into this portal, I can do everything from here. And they say right now in your account you have only one project, because other project what I created yesterday, I deleted everything. So I have only one projects. But obviously, if you want to create some more projects, you can just go and create from here. I show you the command yesterday, guys, how to create. So everything you can do from the G Cloud. We can see some more new command today in the G Cloud. But it's good practice, guys. So now from from now onward, after, even though not today, but after you've been comfortable with the GCP cloud, you can use this program from your Windows. You don't have to log in and can do everything. For example, if I ask G Cloud, can you tell me about my compute instances? Okay, how many instances is running? How many instances is running? Okay, typically they contact to compute program. And what is compute program? GCE, Google Compute Engine, that what we had discussed yesterday. And we are asking them from Mac or Windows, without logging to that guy, how many OS is running there, how many VM is running there. So right now there's no VM running. Even though I can confirm, how I confirm, I go to my compute engine. Okay, I'll go to my VM instances. This is the particular service yesterday we discussed in very detailed form. Okay, so you can see there is no instance run. But now if you want to create the instance, either you create from here, or without logging to this portal, I can use my Windows to create. But how to create? Obviously, I don't know the command. So I'll just go and check the help and ask them, can you please help me? What is the way to create the instance from the command line? So help is very powerful always normally. Okay. So they tell you, they tell you, if you want to create the instance, create the instance. So we have, if you want to list, we have a list command that what I use today. But if you want to create an instance, you can use the create. It will help you to create the instance. So that's what I'm going to use here. So I'll go and use create command. Okay, create command. So if I hit enter, okay, Again, they ask this command is not complete, obviously, because you are going to create the instance. You have to give some more information here. Okay, even though normally in the first line of the error, they tell you about the uses, how to use this command. So they say the command is this one, then compute the instance, then create, then you have to give your instance name, obviously, or you have to give your OS name. Okay, so what is your OS name? Okay, plus if you want to give some more important thing, right? For example, if you want to give your image name, okay, you can give the image name also. Okay, you know, image like CentOS or Red Hat or Windows, which image you want to use, which machine type you want to use, which project you want to launch this image on, which network, means which VPC you want to use. So almost whatever guys we discussed yesterday, everything you can implement from here. But today, to make it simple, what I'm going to do, I'm only giving my OS name. Let's say OS1. Okay. So even obviously, guys, they ask you everything is good. We are launching the instance for you, right? But you have to tell me the zone, right? Obviously, I told you because you are going to launch the OS. This OS will be launched in one of the data center of the GCP. Okay, which data center, which zone you would like to launch this OS on? Okay, so let me share this command to you. Okay, so I would like to launch this OS, let's say in Asia Southeast 1A. So guys, if you go to Google, you will find this Singapore, and A is one of the data center in the Singapore. Okay, so this number is 19, so I can pass here 19. So from the command line, guys, from the command line, I am launching one OS, one click. Even though I haven't provided any more information here, so they automatically pick one by default internal image, and they use by default machine type. That's called N1 standard that has one CPU and some RAM. Okay, and they launch in Singapore. Okay, even though even though again, if you use list command, okay, you will see this OS has been start running. So either you check from here, or you can just go and check from here. So in my first project, because I have only one project, so in this particular project, you will see this OS been launched. So without coming from GUI or the web UI, or without coming to this cell, right, my OS has been launched with the same, same information come up. And even though guys, if you want to do SSS, you can do from here. But again, without coming to this page, you can do the SSH. You can do the SSH from the command line also. How? Let me share the command. So I don't have to come to my GUI to do the SSH. How can I do? So in the G Cloud, they have a specialized sub option called SSH. SSH, and I can ask them, can you please do the SS on this particular OS? So we have this OS. Can you do SSS in this OS? Okay, but before this, guys, let me check the help. Maybe my command is not right. So help will tell me this command is accurate or not. Okay, they say the command is not and is invalid. And normally, guys, normally they also help you. They say maybe your command, what you're looking for is maybe this one. So they say this SS is not command. SS is a sub command of the compute command. Okay, so guys, obviously G Cloud is a program created by somebody. Why I remember the syntax and why I remember the options. Let's take the help, right? And normally they give the very proper help, okay, about the command. Okay, so this is the way they will tell you the help, what commands they have. Again, let's take one more help. So they say if you want to do SSH, you have to give your instance name. What is the instance name you would like to log in? So let's say my instance name is OS1, because we know we are the one who launched this instance. Otherwise, you can use the list command to find the name. Okay. So if I click here, so so guys, so typically guys, if you first time when you log in from here, they also generate some password for you, that's called key, and they insert the key in the OS so that you can log in. Same thing they also they also doing here. So they say do you want to store the key? I say yes. format. They launch one program here. So they launch one program here, guys. 1 minute. Yes, they launch actually. They launch. So they open this program and they they log in from it. Okay, well, guys, by default they launch in this program, and this program is actually known as putty. Okay, so if you in your Windows, if you don't have a putty as a program, they might fail, or maybe maybe they might launch here. They might launch here. So this is the one command you can use as a command. This command. So without logging to the GCP cloud, without logging to the OS from the browser, you don't have to come here. Everything I have doing from here only. Okay, and they launch over this program. So they launch in this program. This is called putty. So anybody who don't know about putty, just go to Google and download a program called putty. So I have already this program. Say launch. They log in this program over here. And guys, right now, you know where I am. I'm inside my OS. This is the OS one, and this OS, the same OS that whatever we launched yesterday, and this OS is running right now in the Singapore region. Okay, but for login, by default, my Windows use a putty program because I have this program. Otherwise, maybe they launch from the command line also from Windows. But I have putty, so they launch in the putty. But if the fail in your case, guys, here, if they fail here, so what can you do? You just go and download this program, and it will open this for you automatically. And if you want to download the putty, I think most of you guys know the putty, but for this you can just go and search putty download, and there's a link you have from here. You can download this program. So there's a link. You can download this program from here. So let me share this link to you. Anybody who don't know about the putty. Okay. So here we have program for Windows. So putty, sorry, where it is. So you can find, I don't know, this is putty zip. You can download the software and install it, right? Or maybe you can download this one also. So so I don't want to invest the further time here. Okay, but I just want to give you one more approach. Okay, and guys, right now this is the actually exec server. So let me log out from the server, exit. I don't want to do further things, right? Guys, again, they also log out from here also. Okay. So this I just want to give you one more flavor, because maybe today in some of the practical, I need to use gcloud command from my Windows. So from here, my Windows, I would like to use this command in some of my practical, especially when I go for Google App Engine. That is called Platform as a Service. So we will use this program there. So that's what, before the in the first break, guys, I suggest install this gcloud program in your laptop. Okay, that's what I just wanted to say you. Okay, so let's guys come to the main topic for today. The today's guys main topic would be first topic would be a very important topic that's called Kubernetes services. And I consider you guys don't know anything about the Kubernetes, so I'll just give you very quickly the base or the core concepts of the Kubernetes, and then we will move to the next part. But especially guys, anybody who was with me in my some other training, especially the guys who was with me in my DevOps assembly line training, and those guys who with me in my multi hybrid cloud computing. This is a two program I recently completed. So there we have discussed a lot about Kubernetes. So you guys know lots of things about Kubernetes. For you guys, it would be very quick revision, but I have to do it because maybe a lot of guys here, they are very new in the Kubernetes. Plus, maybe some of the guys here was from my one of the training called EKS. So this is one of the Kubernetes program from AWS. So there again, we discuss a lot about Kubernetes that we can launch on the cloud. So for you guys, it is a great topic, because you can compare compare EKS service that's from Amazon cloud to the GKE service in the Google cloud. You can compare it. Okay, so because you know this service, And guys, those who know only Kubernetes from these bases, they can see the power of Google Cloud. Okay, here we have to do a lot of pain to configuring the Kubernetes, but here just one click and everything to be set up. Okay, so for you guys, you can see very quick comparison, but again, I consider everything from from very zero. So don't worry guys, if anybody haven't heard about a term called Kubernetes, so we will discuss from very basics. Okay, this particular topic. Okay, but for this I would like to do everything from the projects. So today guys, we don't have to create multiple projects. One project will be enough for all the practicals, right? So I'm going to create one more new project. Okay, let's give the project name called Linux World Project. So you can give any name. Project, and guys, randomly they create the project ID for you. You want to change, you can change. I don't want to change today. Okay, so one project I created. So today guys, all the services, whatever I will do, I will do from this project only. The project ID is already allocated to somebody else, so let me create one more time. So Linux World Project 1. Okay, and let me give some random IDs: 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. So today guys, I am going to do everything in sorry from this particular project. Why? There's multiple reasons guys. So one of the reason guys why we create a project, one of the reason is, okay, right, whatever you do inside this project, any of the services will be always reside inside this project only. It would be your compute services, your VPC services, your database services or Kubernetes services would be there inside this project only. Okay, what what is the benefit? Okay, so like example, you have two project, project 1 and project 2. So whatever we are doing in this project is is not visible here, or whatever we are doing here is not visible here. So it's a good way to manage the security, and it's a good way to manage the isolation. And isolation guys is good thing, right? Because whatever we are doing inside this project, I don't want other team member who working on this project can see. This is one of the benefits. Second benefit is to manage the quotas and the limit. We can set, okay, hey, this project you can't use more than 8 CPU. Right, these are the quotas we can set here. Okay, because you are the developer teams, I don't want to invest much amount or for you guys. This is one of the benefits. Plus, we can also add some extra access. This called security. Security. So we can we can give and say anybody who is managing this project, I would like to give this project access, right, to some of the users. For example, we have one user in Gmail or Google called Vimal. We have one user called Amit. So I want Vimal can do everything in this project. I want Amit only can view this project, can't delete anything. So multiple access we can give. Okay, so guys, these things you can achieve from a concept called IAM. We'll discuss guys today about the IAM. So IAM is one of the service we have through which we can manage this thing. So it is only possible if you have the project, right? Otherwise, it will be very harder to manage. I'm not saying we can't do, right? But without the project, managing this isolation, managing this quotas limit access would be very hard. So we'll talk today, guys, very much a little bit about IAM, how to do the security, how to give access to this project for some of the users. So even though guys, I can go here right now. I have login from my account, but I can go and give power to you also. So I can ask your Gmail account and I can give a power to you. So you can log in from your Google account, and after you log in from Google account, you can see my projects. And depend guys what power I have given to you, that much you can do here. Okay, that's what we'll see today. I said, but that is not so much very much core core topic. So I don't want to invest much time in IAM, so we'll take this topic in the last. Main main topic that where I would like to invest my time is on Kubernetes. Okay, so let's continue guys with the Kubernetes. Very powerful. and it's a real project, right? Real project or real technology. Any other technical guys in today's world should know about Kubernetes. Maybe you guys are developer, testing guys, IT guys, admin guys, operations guys, DevOps engineers, security guys. These are the skills everybody should know. But very quickly, let me explain you the Kubernetes. Okay, so Kubernetes, guys, is a name of some of the technology. Now, almost every industry, every company using Kubernetes, and most of the company has also create their product on the top of the Kubernetes is a product. But good thing about the Kubernetes is this product and technology actually is based created by Google only. So long ago, Google has created Kubernetes as a product and they open to the market. And other company start using Kubernetes, or other company also create their own product. For example, if you talk about Red Hat, so Red Hat has one powerful product called OpenShift. You guys might have heard about. So this complete product is built on the top of Kubernetes. If you go to AWS cloud, okay, they have a product called EKS, Elastic Kubernetes Service. They again built on the top of Kubernetes. So lots of company has created their own products, but almost every company using Kubernetes, either by using OpenShift, either by using EKS, either by using their open source version of the Kubernetes. They install directly Kubernetes in their platform to use it, right? So this is one small thing. Because nowadays every company want to use Kubernetes, so Google also start offering Kubernetes service, even though product is being created by Google only. But Google also start offering this service with the name called GKE, Google Kubernetes Engine. So with this name they start offering. So if you go to this particular portal, you can see here, if you go down in the compute, if you go down, you can see this service, Kubernetes Engine. So if you click here, this is the product Google is offering. Okay, so this engine they're offering. By default, this API is also, they have the API, but it's not enabled, they're enabling for you. Okay, so as soon you go log in first time, create a project first time. So in this project, this API is not enabled. So they are enabling this API or the service for you for first time. So it takes some 1 or 2 minutes and they enable for you. Okay. So, but what is Kubernetes, right? So today's guys, if you want to implement Kubernetes, and anybody who ever worked on Kubernetes, they know it's very painful to implement the Kubernetes cluster. But here I'll show you guys, one click, entire cluster will launch. And if you want to use the way you want to use, you can use it. Okay, but before this, you should know what is Kubernetes. Let me start from here. Okay, so yesterday, guys, I a little bit talk about about the application, right? So if you have any program and if you have any application, same thing, right? And if you want to run your application, or if you want to deploy your application, you need a OS. This part, guys, we discussed yesterday. Okay, you need the OS, but who will launch the OS? So there's 4 different platform using on the top of this. You can launch the OS. You can launch the OS directly on a laptop called bare metal. You can launch the OS on the cloud computing. You can launch the OS in virtualization to like VMware or Oracle VirtualBox or something like this. Okay, or you can launch the OS with a technology called container. So right now, guys, my main interest today is about the container technology. So using a container technology, I can launch the OS. But one of the great thing about the container technology, for example, if you ever install Windows operating system or Linux operating system or Red Hat or Ubuntu operating system in your laptop or maybe virtual system, right? You might have, have noticed it took somewhere around 30 minutes or maybe sometime 1 hour to launch the entire OS, to install the entire OS. But with the container technology, almost same OS, I can launch, not only launch, I can install also. Same OS I can install around just in 1 second. So it's so powerful. This is not only the benefit, there's ton more benefit we have of the container. So guys, yesterday we have shared one video of mine of the class called Docker. So anybody who don't know much about the container, anybody who don't know about the Docker, you can go through those classes. So you get more idea what is the power of the container. But one power I just want to introduce right now, those who don't know, with the container technology, just in 1 second, entire OS will be launched. Okay, and that's what we need in today's world, right? In the today's competition world or today's DevOps world, we don't want to invest the time in launching the OS, because hundreds of OS we have to launch every day, and hundreds of OS we have to terminate every day for testing our application, right? So I want this process to be quick. So container is the one who help in other way also, right? This is one thing. So container is just a technology. There's multiple product available in the market to implement the containers, and one of the product in the market is called Docker. Other product also we have like Podman or Cryo or Rocket. So tons of product we have, but Docker is a great product. Has captured the entire market, right? Okay. So if you want to launch the OS, to deploy your application would be your databases, your web server, app server, Python, Java, whatever you want, any application, any program. Okay, you need the OS. And if you want the OS in 1 second they launch. Okay, so using the container technology. And container is just a technology name. For example, cloud computing is just a technology name. So which cloud you want to use? You want to use AWS cloud or you want to use GCP cloud? Similarly, guys, container is just a technology name, which product you want to use. So Docker is one of the product. Using this product, I can implement container, and in the container, I can launch the OS. So again, guys, if you go to my video that I share with you, so there I talk a lot about Docker plus how to use the Docker. So again, today's topic is not about the Docker. Okay, but Docker is a great tool to launch the OS. So guys, so now what is Kubernetes here? What is your role of Kubernetes? So you can think in this way. If you want to use a container technology, so obviously, guys, Docker is also one kind of software. This is also one kind of software. Okay, and obviously, if you want to use Docker or if you want to use container technology, you again need one more base OS. Okay, so it is something like this. It is something like this. Again, we need one OS, and on the top of this OS, I have to launch my container technology. I have to launch my Docker as a product, for example. Okay. And if you launch Docker on the top of the OS, so I can say this OS is running with the container technology or the container engine, also known as Docker engine or container engine. Why you launch in this way? Because Docker or the container technology is so powerful. After your Docker engine launch on the top of the OS, so in the top of this program, I can launch hundreds and thousands of different OS. Right. different OS. So it is something like this. This is one OS I launch, second OS I launch, third OS I launch. And because we are launching this OS on the top of container or the top of Docker, okay, so they launch within a second. Okay, and with very minimal RAM and CPU, very fast, within a second they launch, and with a very minimal RAM and CPU they launch. So in one on the top of one Docker engine, I can launch multiple containers. But where Docker is running? In this OS, and where because this is the basis OS. So again, this OS also require RAM and CPU, or maybe obviously hard disk and other network or other things also they require. Okay. Now, guys, challenge here is till here Docker is good to manage everything, to manage everything. So if this OS goes down, Docker will go and launch this OS for you. Okay. Again, let me repeat this statement again. If if this particular OS, let's say OS number 5, goes down, okay, so Docker don't have a capability to automatically check this OS goes down. So as a human being, we have to keep on monitoring about this OS. And when this OS goes down, again, I have to manually go and ask my Docker, hey, this OS goes down. Can you please launch me? So I have to manually go. And launch it. But again, Docker is great. 1 second, they launch the same OS again. Okay. But we have to keep on monitoring manually. If you purely use the core Docker, there's some way in the Docker, right, that will automate for you, but as a core level, that doesn't support. Okay, but again, one more thing we have a limitation here, because these OS are running on the top of Docker. Docker is running on the top of your base OS, let's say maybe Windows, maybe let's say a Red Hat operating system, and they are using their real hardware. Okay, so for example, my real hardware is 8 GB RAM. So these OS in totality can't use more than 8 GB RAM. And that is the reason, guys, what normally we do. Normally we launch multiple Docker engine. How? We launch one, we take one more hardware, real hardware, RAM and CPU. Okay. And on the top of the hardware, again, I launch one more OS. What matter? What happened? One more OS, right? Exactly like this. And again, we launch one more Docker engine. I am using the name called DE, Docker engine. And again, on the top of Docker engine, I can launch again hundreds of OS, hundreds of OS. Okay, so why we are doing this? For example, company has a requirement. For example, in this 8 GB of hardware, I can't launch more than, let's say, 100 OS. And guys, by the way, if you launch any OS on the top of Docker, these OS are known as OS, but typically in this world, these OS are known as container. So either you say OS or container, same thing. Typically, it is known as container. Okay, so let's say on the top of 8 GB RAM, you can't launch, let's say you can't launch more than 100 containers. So this is just for example, maybe less or maybe more, it depends. But you have a requirement, the company want to launch thousands of containers. So what can we do? We can keep on launching different systems. So this is one of my system. This is one of my next system. So multiple hardware hardware will collect, will arrange, and every hardware will launch the same setup again. Hardware, then OS, on the top of OS we launch container means Docker, and here we launch our real OS. Okay, and what is the use of this OS? So you launch your Python code, your Java code, your databases, your PostgreSQL or big data or Spark or streaming, Kafka, whatever you guys do work on, you can launch this technology, and they work real way, right? They never come to know this is the OS launching in the container. Okay, they think it is a real OS. They think it is a real OS. Guys, can you hold for a second, please? So it is something like this. Now, guys, what I'm trying to explain you here. So Docker is great. Okay, so we have a Docker here, or maybe any other container technology. But Docker is a great market model. So I'm taking the example of Docker here. So using the Docker, you can launch this OS very quickly, and they're powerful, right? But challenge in the Docker, if one of the OS goes down, one of the OS goes down, Docker won't tell you this goes down. You have to manually monitor and to go and check and launch here manually. Okay. Plus, there's one more challenge, because this is entire. For example, there's two different computers here. So this is one computer we have, or this is one computer we have. Okay. Why I say computer? Because they have the real hardware and the real OS. So you can think like this is my real laptop, real hardware, and in the top we have Windows. And on the top of Windows, I can launch Docker engine. Okay, so this is a real laptop or real computer. Typically in this world, it is known as node. So this is one of my node. This is my two node. So two laptops I have, or two node I have. There might be possibility the entire laptop goes down and laptop crash, your node crash. So what happened, guys? If the node crash, because these containers are running on the top of your node. So all the container goes down, all the OS goes down, and this OS is running with your application. Maybe this is very critical application for your company. They are running their web app or website here. And lots of client from outside world has connected to this website. But if entire entire node goes down, okay, so what we have to do as IT engineers or the operations guys, we have to go and check in and come to know. First, we have to come to know, okay, this goes down. And after we come to know, hey, it goes down, then we go to next node and say, do you have RAM and CPU available? Let's say, yes, we have. Okay, they say, yes, we have. So we can go and launch the same OS here. Again, we can launch in 1 second. That's the great thing about the Docker. But it is a manual process again. Okay, so what I'm guys trying to tell you here is, okay, if you use Docker, this is a great thing, no doubt in the Docker, but the challenge is, guys, about the management. Right, Docker is not meant for managing the thing, or I can say container technology is just is just a technology who launch the OS within a second. This is one of the benefit. Other benefit also they have, okay, but they are not good in management. Okay, they're not good in keep on checking. They're not good in the entire node goes down, launch one more time. But lots of other management also we have. I don't want to focus on other part, but management is a main criteria here, because because maybe I have hundreds of nodes, or maybe I have thousands and thousands of containers running. And so I want some program who manage my node. I want some program who manage my container. I want some program who keep on monitoring all the containers. And this, what they do, as soon as the container goes down, they automatically come to know, hey, container goes down. So without asking me, they launch one for me automatically. So I don't have to manually launch; they will launch for me automatically. Okay, or maybe entire node goes down, so they come to know, hey, entire node goes down. Okay, they automatically launch all the port in the next node. Or maybe we have hundreds of nodes, they come to know automatically which node RAM and CPU is free. Accordingly, they on the fly, on the real time, they plan or they launch for us, right? Everything to be automated. Because if you, as I again go for manual, a human being come in play, and we as a human being or person, we are very slow. Okay, but we our client can't wait for us, right? These the client, my client is every second, my client is keep on coming. If my website goes for down for, let's say, for 2 minutes, you can think how much loss you will have, and about the reputation also. So I don't want this will happen. So one click, if something goes down on the fly, dynamically, means on the runtime, without asking me, that's called automatically, they will launch for me. So we want some program who manage the things for us. What they what they manage my containers, they manage my node, they manage my Docker engine, plus some more thing they can manage. So guys, there's a lot of management tool available in the market who manage the container. One of the tool available in the market who manage the container technology is known as Kubernetes. So Kubernetes, guys, is a management tool for the container. Now it is your choice which container product you want to use. Behind the scene, you want to use Rocket, you want to use Cryo, you want to use Docker, that will be your choice. Kubernetes support everything. So all the container technology and the product Kubernetes support. But 90% or more than 90% in the market, normally we use Docker. That's what, guys, today's practical. So we are going to create Docker nodes, okay, and this Docker node, guys, we are going to manage with Kubernetes. That's what the main plan for Kubernetes. And one more small thing, guys, Kubernetes also denote with this term, K8s. So in this training, if I write K8s or Kubernetes, it is the same thing. There is no difference. Okay. So before, guys, I go for Kubernetes, I will like to tell you one more vocabulary here. Then we'll go for the next part, right? So typical, guys, my plan is something like this. We are going to launch multiple nodes. This is node number 1. This is node number 2. This is the node number 3. Okay. When I say node, you can think it is like a laptop. So this is laptop number 1, node number 2, node number 3. And again, most important thing, I just want to emphasize again and again why there's a reason for this. Okay, in this node, I need a real hardware, physical hardware. But I need a real OS. Then I need Docker engine. Again, same thing. I need a real hardware. I need a real OS. Then I need Docker engine. So when I say node, or I can say Docker node, okay, it means I need RAM and CPU, your OS, maybe Red Hat or Windows or other OS maybe, or I need Docker product. Then I say, then I can say it is one of my node. Okay, but who will manage this, right? So if you want these node to manage by Kubernetes, so we have to launch one more node here. Again, this node also have a real real hardware, a real OS, and again they also have a Docker engine. But only thing the difference in this node is, guys, this node will launch for Kubernetes. And I asked my Kubernetes, hey, this node belongs to you. And I'm allocating this node to you. What is your duty? Why I'm asking you? Your duty is only one. You have to go in all these nodes and keep on managing these guys, keep on monitoring these guys, keep on checking these guys. Okay, and if something fail, on the fly, dynamically, this is called automatically manage this thing. I now I don't have to worry about my things. If hundreds of hundreds of containers goes down, or hundred of OS goes down, you just go and launch somewhere else. So this would be your duty. So this node I am allocating to you. Just so you can use this node, run some of your internal programs here, through which you can manage the thing. And guys, by the way, this program is known as master program. Okay, so this node is known as master node. So Kubernetes has one master node through which they can manage the node where you are there, where you are running Docker, or where you are planning to launch lots of OS here, lots of containers here. Okay, and the system or the node where you are actually launching a real OS or containers where you would like to run or deploy your applications. So these nodes are known as slave node, and sometimes also known as worker node. Worker node, because these are node who work for us. These are node who work and launch actual container for us where we launch our applications. Okay, and guys, this is known as master slave relationship. So we need at least one master. Okay, and we can we can create multiple slave or the worker node, depend how much OS we would like to launch, or how much these OS require RAM and CPU. Okay, guys, this process is known as, or this complete diagram is known as, where we have a master or multiple worker and slave node are known as cluster. And who are going to create this cluster? Kubernetes is the one who going to create the cluster. So we can say Kubernetes will create a cluster for you for management. In the cluster, at least one master we need. We can create some more master. If one of the master goes down, we will these master will help you take over the responsibility of the main master. So we can create a multiple master also. Okay, master is the main thing in the Kubernetes. Without the master, nobody manages. A master is only help us to manage the thing. They never help us to, normally they don't help us to launch these OS. These OS. And these OS, guys, in the Docker world is known as a container. But these OS, because today are going to manage by Kubernetes. So in the Kubernetes world, these OS are, you can use the term container, but in the Kubernetes world, these containers are not known as container. They are known as pod. Pod. So here in this particular process, if I say OS, if I say container, if I say pod, it is same thing, but the right term is called pod. Okay, so I have to tell my Kubernetes, Kubernetes, can you launch one pod for me? And why we are launching the pod? Because pod give me the OS. And why we need the OS? Because I want to deploy my application, maybe my website, maybe my databases. And that would be that's what we have to do. So guys, most of the guys might know this process, but I explain this concept for those guys who are very new in the Kubernetes. Now, can you create can you create this cluster in your real laptop? Answer is yes. So anybody who was with me in my Kubernetes classes, right, I explain you how to create a cluster in your laptop. So you guys know this thing, how to create the cluster in your laptop. Okay, but those who don't know, but I just want to tell this information that you can create this cluster in your laptop. You can arrange 4 laptop, 10 laptops. You can create one master or 10 online slave node. Okay, so you can arrange and create the cluster, maybe a little bit painful, but we can create, it's not big deal. You can create your own cluster by configuring by yourself. But challenge, guys, here is creating the cluster, let's say, is not painful, for example. But the painful, guys, here is this part. This part is painful, this one. Okay, right, if you want to create the cluster how and from you get the real hardwares. Real hardwares. The real hardware, RAM, CPU, hard disk, networking via networking, and other things also. Firewall securities maybe sometime. Okay, from where to get this real hardware? So obviously you have to purchase the real hardware. So let's say you have a requirement to create a cluster where you have 3 nodes or 3 slave node. You have to buy these much hardware. Or maybe you have one certain requirement. You want to test the cluster for 1 day. Maybe you are learning, you want to test something. And for testing this thing, buying the new hardware doesn't make logical sense, right? There's no good reason to buy these hardware. And not only about to buy this hardware, you have to buy also, maybe some OS come with a license. You have to buy also a license. Okay, and maybe it's not about the OS license. It is also to, in all the OS, you have to go and install Docker engine. So Docker is a software you to install it. After install, you have to launch one more OS. Then after launching one more OS, you have to install the master program. Then you have to install slave program. Then you have to connect these guys to each other. So it is a lot of investment, right? If you talk about to create this cluster, plus a lot of time it consumes to set up this cluster. But the final goal is what? Why we are configuring the cluster. So if you try to understand the final goal, right, that is always very important. What is my final requirement? What is my final use case? Why I need this cluster? The only requirement to have this cluster, I need a OS. I need a container. I need a port. And on the top of the port, I would like to launch my app. This is my final requirement. So if you have this final requirement, so why you take the time and why you invest the money on buying the hardware, and why you're configuring sleeve? Because you know what, if you talk about the real world, right? If you talk about the real world, let's say we have a real client for in the internet. Okay, none of the client in the internet are interested to know, right, where your OS is running. Your OS is, for example, if I open open here google.com, or let's say facebook.com. Okay, I don't think so, guys. Millions of time you guys have used facebook.com maybe, but nobody is so much interested. Nobody typically asks the Facebook, hey Facebook, what is this? They say, this is my application, my website, it's called web app. Okay, can you tell me this web app is running where? Okay, we are running on the cloud, running on the virtual machine, running on the bare metal, or running inside inside this port. Where you're running? Nobody asks. Because as a client, as a user, as a client on the internet, they are not interested to know this part. Okay, they are interested in your application, in your website. They are interested on this part. Okay, but they also interested one more concern, right? They say, if I come to you, I never want you goes down. It's not like this. I come to you and say my maintenance is going on, my server crash, my OS crash, my container crash. You wait for 2 minutes. I am launching one more for you manually. Right? None of the client will happy in this part. Maybe you are the Facebook, maybe you are Google, maybe you are the best engineer in your company, but client never like these things. They like whenever they come to you, your 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 server or your app should be always available. They never want any downtime. They don't like this. We don't like this, any downtime. So they want it should be always available. But again, same thing. If you have the best engineer, whatever best quality you have, we are the human being. If something goes down, it makes might take some second, and the second millions of users come up in the Facebook or Google. They don't like this thing, right? So I want some automated program. As soon as they're down, one click or within a millisecond or less than a millisecond, same OS will launch behind the scene. So who will do this one for you? Kubernetes. Okay, but again, if Facebook say no, I would have to use Kubernetes. So again, Facebook has to arrange these hardware. Facebook have to configure it. But the final use case is, right, because they think they want to give a better service to the clients, right? The final requirement is they want to launch or create Kubernetes cluster. So again, they arrange their hardware, they arrange their OS, because we don't know, guys, how many OS we more need, how many node we need. more client come up, more RAM and CPU we need. So we might need one more node. We might need one more node, fifth node, or maybe less client come in the future, I don't want to invest this money. I can also terminate these guys. But if you buy your hardware, how you terminate? You already paid the amount for the hardware, right? So guys, by trying to give you this base sense, what I'm trying to explain you guys here, we need Kubernetes, no doubt. Almost every company need Kubernetes again, but it will be your choice. You would like to invest upfront amount in the hardware and you hire some guys who configure a Kubernetes cluster for you. Okay, you want this, or better, you know what, just give the complete responsibility to other company. They are who are great in providing the hardwares, who are great in providing the OS, who are great in creating the network, routers, switches, firewalls, IP addresses. Plus, they have the global reach. They have the great global data center across the world. Plus, they have the great engineers of the Kubernetes. They know the best way to create the Kubernetes cluster. Okay, our requirement is to launch the pod or to launch our application. that's my company engineer will do. My company means, let's say there's two company. One company is called Google, and let's take my company name called Linux World. So my requirement is to launch my website, my app. I don't want to invest my time, my energy, my money into creating this cluster. There are a lot of money you have to also invest, guys, to buying the hardware also, or paying the fee to salary to this Kubernetes engineers. Okay, so I'll I'll go to Google and say, Google, I have heard about that you have a cloud that's called GCP cloud, and where you're offering multiple services. So do you have any service for Kubernetes? That's called Kubernetes as a service. Do you have? They say yes, we have. It's called GK, Google Kubernetes Engine. So what can you do for me? So Google say, just give your complete responsibility to me. I'll take the complete responsibility and I configure and create the entire cluster for you. Right? So I will manage the entire cluster for you, guys. And one more word I just want to tell you. If cloud say, I will take the entire responsibility. Okay, and everything I will create for you. You don't have to worry about. Okay, even though you don't have to install the OS also. Even though, guys, yesterday, okay, we manually go and launch the OS here. Okay, using GCE engine. Okay, so even though Google say, cloud say, even though you don't have to manually install the OS also, I can install the OS for you. I can create a virtual VPC for you. I connect this OS to you. I put the IP address or firewall, everything I will manage for you. I will, after installing this OS, these OS, after installing these OS, I will install Kubernetes Docker software for you. Plus connect these guys, create one system master, create 2 or 3, 4 system as a slave node. I will do everything for you. Right? Finally, I will hand over this cluster to you. So as a third party company or my client or my tenant of my cloud, you can directly use it. So ask your guys, they can use this cluster to launch their app. Guys, this terminology known as called managed services. So guys, nowadays cloud computing is very famous because this kind of concept called managed services. So a lot of services, guys, they have that is known as managed services. By the way, this service, computer engine is known as managed services. Why? Why? Because hardware is given by Google, but we have to launch the OS. We have to configure the OS the way we did yesterday. Okay, so this this particular product is not known as managed services. Something they give you, something they give you, but something we also have to configure by our own. But some services in the cloud world are known as managed services. One of the example of the managed service is called this one. And the overall, the responsibility of the services, they will create a Kubernetes for us. That is the overall responsibility of this service. Okay, and similarly, guys, like GKE is one service in the Google, and anybody who enters in AWS, same kind of service also we have in AWS called EKS, Elastic Kubernetes Service. Same thing, name is different. Otherwise, everything is almost same. Features wise, also they are same. Finally, they also hand over a managed Kubernetes service for you. Okay, and they will do for you. Okay, this must base is more than enough to go for our practical. Okay, one more very basic vocabulary I just want to tell you, so I can go and show you how to launch a Kubernetes cluster there. Okay, so one more small vocabulary I just want to show you here is, um, so in the Kubernetes, at least one master node we need. We can have more, but one master at least we need. And again, one at least slave node we need. But again, slave node is one where we are launching our real OS or ports. So more and more slave node you can have if you have more requirement, more RAM and CPU you need if you want. Or if you want to launch multiple ports or multiple OS. So multiple, these are the ports, guys. Port means OS. Okay, so you need more slaves. Okay, so because guys, we are going to launch this cluster on the top of GK GKE service, Google Kubernetes Engine service. So only thing that you have to tell to GKE how many node you need. Okay, you need 1 node, 2 node, 3 node, 10 nodes. So this thing obviously you have to tell the GKE, GKE, can you do one thing? Can you launch 3 nodes for me? Plus these are the nodes. Obviously you have to tell one more thing. I know in all the node I want 2 GB RAM and 4 CPU. This thing you have to tell to the GKE. Plus because these are nodes, and I told you yesterday guys, node is like an OS, and when you launch the OS you have to tell which data center you want to use. So you can tell guys, because of the high availability or the disaster process, right? So I can tell launch this slave node in 1A data center of Singapore, launch this slave node in 1B data center of Singapore, launch this one is 1C. So it's very interesting. You know what, you can't achieve this thing in your company, right? You can't your company can't invest much amount to launching the data center, but Amazon or Google has the data center. We can ask them, do one thing, there's 3 slave node I need, launch one of the slave node or the worker node in your first data center, launch in second data center. Due to any reason, if entire data center goes down, this OS also goes down, but it won't impact my services to my customers, right? Because whatever the port they goes down here, my master node is very intelligent, they launch the same port here. Okay, so these are the things guys you have to tell while launching. You don't have to manage, you just have to tell where which zone or which data center you want to use to launch your slave node. But if you talk about the master node, guys, because this is the managed services, you don't have to tell anything about master. Google say we are using the best practices to manage the master. Maybe we launch 10 master for you. You don't worry. I am taking the responsibility. I am taking the guarantee. Your master node never goes down. How we launch the master, where we launch the master, that would be our concern, right? You don't have to worry about. Okay, so you have to only tell your requirement, because these are main things. Because your OS, your code, where you're going to launch the application in the slave node. So you have to tell the specification or the details about your slave node. Okay, master node, I will take the responsibility. If some new load come up, I will launch one more master behind the scenes, seamless for you. I am giving the guarantee. There's no issue come up in the terms of security, in the terms of failing, in the terms of slowness in the performance. I will take care of this part for you. I will scale, means automatically launch one more master if something goes fail. So that's what I will take the responsibility. Only you have to tell about the slave node. Okay, this is again great thing. Otherwise, managing the master by ourselves sometimes is a big challenge. Even though I love Kubernetes product, I have created this cluster manually hundreds of times, and lots of things I have done. It's very interesting thing. As a technical guy, you should know how to manually create. But again, if you go to cloud, they say you do think you want to create, or you want to give this responsibility to me. So right now, today, we are going to give this particular responsibility to the cloud computing companies. Okay, and one more last term here. So because you're going to launch a 3 node, okay, with this configuration, so this is known as pool of node. So I'll tell my this service called GKE that I am telling you the specification or the detail of the node Okay, and right, and this is called pool of the node. So what is a pool? I need 3 nodes, because you have more than one node. Obviously, it's called pool. I know 3 node, and all the node have this much configuration. So you have to first create a pool of the nodes. Okay, so guys, this much information is more than enough to configuring the GKE cluster. Okay, so let me go, guys. So right now, so this is the practical time. So this is the projects we are in, and I am going to Kubernetes engine. This is called GKE, Kubernetes engine. And in this project, guys, they are enabling this API for you. So they are enabling this API for you. Okay, after the enable, you can see the option of create a cluster come in play. Come in play. So we'll see how to use this. So to go first here. Again, notice one very small thing. We are configuring everything inside our project. So because we are configuring everything inside the project, so if I delete this project, everything will be deleted. Or if I give some power to this project to my other team member, they can see what power I can give to this project. Okay, so let's guys go and configure. So we are going to create a cluster here. So simple to create. I'm going to create a cluster. It will create a cluster for you. Okay, in this cluster, you have to first tell your node pool, means the information about your node. Node means here, guys, the node means, because they don't show you anything about master. Here, the node means a slave node or the worker node. So if I click on the default pool, so they say the pool name is default. Okay, and the version they are using for the master is this one, master. Okay, I don't want to change. I'll just go for by default. But how many nodes you want? Here, guys, they're talking about they're talking about a slave node. So let's say I want one node only, one node. So I'm telling my default pool, if I use you, so I only need one node from you. Okay, that's what I just configure here. One node. Okay, anything else here? No, no much, right? So only one thing I changed. Why I say I need one node. Why I say one node? Why there's a reason for this. So after this, guys, I'll go to my node, the pool. I go to node, and here, guys, that they tell you about the node. So this node, how many RAM you are going to use, how many RAM or CPU you're going to use, which OS you would like to install. So these information you have to configure here. Okay, so in the node, I'll say I am going to use image. Which one you want to use? Ubuntu, you want to use Windows, but this suggests, guys, because you are going to use OS for container. So we have a specialized OS that is customized for the container. This might be some Linux flavor, maybe Red Hat or CentOS, Ubuntu, but this is some customized OS, especially customized for the container. So if you launch your container, so for example, it is something like this. If you launch this OS, and on the top of this OS, if you launch the OS, so they will have more optimized. So these OS are more optimized and give you more performance to this port or the container. Otherwise, you can go for normal Red Hat and also Ubuntu also, but better go for this OS because they are especially customized for us. Okay, now you can tell your family type. So I'm going for again N1 first generation. They give you 1 CPU and 4 GB RAM. That's enough for me. Okay, because okay, obviously, guys, if you go for more, they will charge you more. Right now for testing, that much is enough for us. And your hard disk, so I'm just using 100 GB hard disk. So I'm not changing anything here. One small, one small thing I change here. So I want when I'm on node launch, so I just need 4 GB RAM and 1 CPU per node. That's what I have configured here. Okay. Some more thing we can do here. Right now I'm not doing. So let's go back to cluster basics. Here they tell you guys what is your cluster name. Let's say this is Linux World Cluster for Kubernetes. Okay. Guy, here they're talking about where you would like to launch this cluster. You want to launch the cluster in zone or in region. Okay. So what is the difference here? Okay, so if you say you would like to launch a cluster in zone, this is called zonal, right? Means data center. So it means, let's say you're talking about Mumbai. So Mumbai, we have is one region actually, and in this region we have three zones. Let's say 1A, 1B, and 1C. So if you say you would like to launch the cluster zonal basis, means if, let's say if you want to launch three slaves, okay, all the slave guys, all the slave will launch only in one zone only. They won't spread across the different zones. This is called zonal. Okay, but it is good sometime in the terms of speed because everything is nearby, so connecting would be don't big challenge comparative. But if you think the cluster that you're going to create is very very critical for our business application, because this is very critical business application, or maybe there might be possibility in the future due to some physical disaster entire data center goes down, so I can't take the risk. So rather than I launch my cluster on the zone basis, I would like to launch my cluster regional basis. So what is benefit of regional? So I can tell, for example, I want I want three nodes. So one of the node will launch here, second node will launch here, third node will launch in this cluster. Maybe there are three different data center. There's there might be some delay, very minimal nanosecond delay you might face, maybe millisecond maybe. Okay, but is good in in the terms of disaster planning. If one of the data center goes down, your other slave is working there, so you don't have to worry about. So guys, right now I'm going to set up this thing in the regional. Regional. So which region you want to launch? So I'm picking here Singapore as a region. So I'll go for Asia. I think southeast one. This might be Singapore. Yeah, south one is Mumbai. So Singapore. So so they say they have the three zones here in Singapore. Which zone you would like to use? So it's specify. So I would like to use all those 1, 2, and 3. All the zones I would like to use. Okay, but what will launch in this zone? In this zone, my node will launch. But who will launch the node? So your node pool guy is the one who launched the node. By chance, guys, in the node pool, I have one node only. So in this zone, one node launch. In this zone, one node launch. In this zone, one node launch. What I mean by this, if you guys go down, go down, maybe somewhere they might list, not maybe right now here, but but right now in this node, because in my node pool, you click on the node pool, because you have one node, you guys per zone, right? Okay. So if you have three zone, total three node launch. But if you write three here, see here 9 will launch. Why 9? Because when you launch any node, that's called slave node. Okay. So when you launch any node, they launch via node pool. So if your node pool have 5 node in a pool, so 5 node they launch here in one go. And if you're using 3 data center, so 5 into 3, 15 nodes they launch totally. Okay. So because I used 3 zones, so let's say 5. So in one pool or group, I have 5 node, because I'm using 3 zones here where I write 3 zones here. So here 1, 2, 3. So total 15 slave node they launch. So obviously more node you launch, more RAM and CPU consume, bigger the cluster, more the charge. So we don't want this. So that is a reason I changed to 1. So per pool, I need 1 node. Because I have 3 zones, so total 3 slave node they launch for us. That's what I have configured here. So I go for regional. This is very powerful to see the regional. So that's why this is a mean mean component for configuration we have done. Plus some more things we can do. You can select the versions, other things also. I'll go for default version of the Kubernetes. Okay, lots of other things also you can do. You can set up the firewall security. You can set up the VPC also. You can set here in which VPC you would like to launch. So by default, they launch in default VPC. So let's go for default VPC. I don't want to invest further time on the VPC. Very high level or core level, we have already discussed yesterday. And but if you're interested to launch this cluster, not from GUI, from the command line, they give one command line for you. So there's a command, look like very big command, but there's a command they give to you. Main thing you can see here, we are going to launch in a region called Singapore. Okay. Second thing, we are going to use a hard disk of 1000. Okay. Second thing, we are going to use machine type on this one. This will have one CPU of 4 GB RAM. Number of node per node pool is 1, because we are using 3, so total 3 they launch, because you're using 3 locations, so 3 slave they launch. So you can use this command. So if you know the logically, you come to know. And I told you guys, by default they launch in a VPC. So this network is VPC. Which VPC? Default. Or you can change your VPC name. Okay. So more conceptual guys, conceptually creating the command won't be big deal. And guys, one more small thing. The command is not Kubernetes, the command is container. Container, because this service is also sometime known as Google Container Engine. So this is not compute container engine, because we are actually managing the container using Kubernetes. So anything you want to do in the container or in the Kubernetes, the command is always container. Okay, and the port is also the same. There's the same portal you have to do everything. Okay, so guys, let me create this cluster. Very simple. If you notice here, if you know the Kubernetes, lots of things you can configure here. But I've given you guys a very high level idea of the Kubernetes, plus some of the vocabulary of the Kubernetes. Now working on this part is not big deal. So when I click here, in some minutes, the entire cluster they launch. So powerful, guys. Behind the scene, what they are doing actually. Behind the scene, they are launching a master node for you. Where they're launching, that will be their lookout. But they're giving the responsibility to say, what I'm doing the best. Best engineer we had. So whatever they write and how they configure are the best. Okay. Plus, because you asked to launch 3 slave, I'm launching 3 slave on all 1A, 1B, 1C, all the 3 data center we are configuring here. So entire cluster we are configuring Singapore, but inside the Singapore, we are using 3 data center here, because you asked me to use regional services, not the zonal services. Okay. Plus, I launched the OS for you, and for launching the OS, I arrange hardware for you. I arrange OS for you. Inside this, I launched Docker engine for you. I understand one thing: Kubernetes never launched the container. Kubernetes always connected to Docker engine, and Docker engine one who launched the OS for you. And by chance, this OS here is known as port. Okay, they launched the port for you. So I launched the Docker engine for you, and plus I launched the master. Then I connect this master slave. It's called master slave, and finally I create a cluster for you. So all those things, guys, anybody who ever work on cluster and who create this cluster, typically in this cluster, because we have master and we have a slave, so these are known as a multi-node cluster. So they create a multi-node cluster for you. Okay, so actually our use case, guys, is to launch the app. Before launching the app, right, you have to decide you would like to launch the app directly on your laptop or directly on the virtual machine. Okay, the way we used yesterday. So yesterday, guys, we use GCE, compute engine. So it will give one OS to you. And guys, yesterday I launched one website here. Can you launch? Yes, why not? In the website you have the app also. Can you launch here? Yes, why not? But the only big challenge is because this OS launched by us, if something happen, it might crash. You have to manually launch again one more time. Or because this is the OS, so launching the OS will take some minutes, maybe sometime. Okay, so rather than, guys, today I used my GCE to launching the OS. I use GKE who launched the OS for me. And because they launched the OS with the container, so you can get all the power of the container. So output will be same. You're going to launch the same website, but but this website will launch on the top of this OS, means port. we're going to launch on the pod. So guys, they're still creating the cluster. Maybe in some minute, you will see your cluster will be up. So by the meantime, a cluster will be up. Let me explain you one more a very small thing. So if you guys want to connect to the cluster, let's say your cluster has been created. This is the entire box, and this box called Kubernetes cluster. Now it doesn't matter, guys, in this box, how many master you have and how many slaves you have. This complete box is is Kubernetes. So who is going to configure this cluster for you? Again, it doesn't matter, but right now GCP Cloud is configuring this Kubernetes cluster for me. Okay, but who going to use? So again, let's say same example, we as a Linux world want to use this cluster. So we have some developers who want to deploy their site. Maybe so we have some other guys in the production, they also want to deploy their applications. Okay, so if if we want to deploy the applications, and then we have to connect to this cluster and ask to this cluster, typically ask to the master of this cluster, hey, we have some application, can you deploy it? Can you run it? So master say, why not? I will launch one pod for you, one OS for you. Inside this OS or pod, you can launch your application. But for this, we as a user of this cluster will have to connect it. And guys, because this is a Kubernetes cluster, now it doesn't matter you this cluster is running in your laptop, they're running on the GCP, they're running the AWS. If you want to connect to the Kubernetes cluster, so for this we have to make ourselves a client of the Kubernetes or the user of the Kubernetes cluster. And for the client and the user, we need a one program. And name of the program is called kubectl. Kubectl, guys, is the program that we need. So if you want to connect to the Kubernetes cluster, this program you need. Where? Obviously in your laptop. So let's say I am the developer of the Linux world, or maybe I'm the team, one of the team member of Linux world, and I would like to use this Kubernetes. So in my laptop, let's say this is my laptop, my mouse, and my Windows. I need kubectl program, right? This will control the Kubernetes cluster. They will tell and send the signal to the Kubernetes cluster. Now it doesn't matter wherever the Kubernetes cluster is running, they will go and contact to these guys and tell what we need. Okay, so you need kubectl program. Okay, so again, kubectl is program available for all the OS, for Linux, for Windows or Mac. It is freely available. You can go and download. So I'm going to Google and say kubectl download for for Linux, for Windows, Just search by this name. Okay, so this is a guy's link from where you can get this program, and from here you can go and download. So you can download for Linux. Okay, you can download for Red Hat, Ubuntu. You can download for Homebrew for Mac. Okay, or you can download for Windows also. You can download for Windows also. For download, there is a link they given you. Click here, download. Or you can use this command to download also. So I copy this command and I go to my Windows command prompt and paste this command. So this command, guys, download this command here. Okay, depend, guys, wherever you want to download, you can download this program. Okay, so just go and download. In my case, guys, I already downloaded, but you want to download, you can click here and download this. So let me share, guys, this this command to you. So you can download. So this is for Windows, but you can from this particular URL. Let me share this URL. You can download for other OS also. So what this program will do? This program will make you a client or the user of Kubernetes cluster. They will make you the user. Okay, this is one thing. One more thing. After you download, guys, after you download, you can run this. Okay, you can run. How to run? kubectl.exe. So this program is called kubectl.exe. You can run it. Okay, so guys, there is no error come up. It is working good. So guys, wherever you download, you can run this command to run it. Okay, but one more a small thing you have to do here, a little bit of this, guys. Anybody can download this command, but I don't want, guys. This is my secure cluster, right? I don't want anybody from outside world can go and connect. So maybe because anybody can use this command, right? But I only want my cluster can use by authenticated user. So anybody who has the username and who has the password of my cluster. Okay. So what I'll do, guys, this is my cluster running in my account. So I will go here and get the username and the password and give to my Windows. So this is my Windows and say whenever whenever you use the kubectl, okay, use this login and password and go and connect. And obviously, guys, there's maybe hundreds of clusters running in the market. Which cluster? So every cluster has their own URL. So URL of this cluster plus the username password we have to give to our team. Our team, these guys. And this right now they are running in my Windows, so I will give to my Windows so they will connect. So without, guys, giving the username, password, and the URL, what happened? Let me show you one small command here. So if you run this command and say, can you tell me how many ports are running? That is a command in the Kubernetes. I say it will fail. It won't do anything for you because this is my Windows, and my Windows first of all doesn't know where is my Kubernetes cluster. So this client, this command is a Kubernetes client. They don't know where is the Kubernetes cluster, and obviously because they don't know where is the Kubernetes cluster, because they don't know the URL. Obviously, there's no meaning to give the login and password also. So they will fail after some time. Okay. So, but by the way, this is the command in the Kubernetes to tell how many pod is running in the cluster. Pod means your OS, your real OS. Okay, these OS are known as pod. So I don't have any because this is a new cluster. Obviously, there would be no pod, but but this command is still waiting. They won't get the output. So what I need, guys, if you install kubectl in your Windows or Mac or Linux, there's one single command you can get from this website, the website I show you. Okay, you have to do one more thing. We have to do one more thing. You have to provide your Windows or Mac and Linux URL, login, and password. Right, obviously, how you provide? Obviously, you have to go to your cluster. So right now, guys, my cluster is up. Cluster size is three because I had launched 3 nodes. Okay, and 3 nodes I have total this much CPU plus this much memory we have. If you go inside, you might see some more information here. Some more information here. Okay, so some more information they have. One interesting information is the endpoint, is the IP address. This is the actual IP, right? So what I need URL. So guys, wherever the cluster is running, that's called endpoint. So this URL is also known as endpoint. So from here I get the detail about my cluster. Plus 3 node we have, they are running in A or B and C data center. Plus some more thing they show you here. Is right now is not important here. Okay, but tons of things you can do, guys. Here you can attach the TPU like a GPU actually. You can do some securities. Anybody who knows Istio, okay, it is a service mesh, very powerful program. So almost everything in the microservice world or Kubernetes world you can do here. So I obviously I won't go in that level. Okay, but I just want to show you almost all the things that is related to Kubernetes. And Kubernetes is very famous in the microservices world. You can very easily configure here. Okay, but right now we are interested in to connect to from my client. From my client. For this, I have to give URL, login, and password. How to give? Multiple way we have, but one of the simplest way is in the first page of the Kubernetes. Here they give option to connect, and if I click on the connect, they give this command line to me, and they say in your Windows first install this command that I already installed. They give the link also. I think the same link they give you, same link. Okay. And after install, you can run this command. So let me copy this command. So I copy this command and I'll go to my Windows. This is my Windows. The right now guys is not working. Let me terminate by Control C and paste this command. Which command? This command. So what this command will do for me? Okay, now this command will run gcloud command in my Windows. And I told you today, guys, when I started the training, gcloud is not available in your Windows. So first install the gcloud. Okay, so because if you guys you have the gcloud in your laptop, if you don't have, first install the gcloud. I'll show you today how to install. So this gcloud will contact your container services and say we have one cluster called this one. This is the cluster we have here. So I want can you get a credentials, means login and password and the URL of this cluster for this region and for this project. Okay. So guys, what this command will do, it will automatically go to your Google Cloud in your account, because I already configured gcloud in my laptop. I show you today. Okay, they go to your cluster and they log into your account, log into account, because gcloud, when you configure, you automatic set login and password in the gcloud program. Okay, they go here and retrieve your URL, retrieve your login and password, and update in your system. Update this command. Update this command. So everything they will they will configure for you kubectl. They're fetching the endpoint and the authentication data, means login and password and the URL. And after the fetch, they update this command internally. Okay, and anybody who know kubectl, so you guys know the config file. So they update the config view file for us. You don't have to worry about it. So this command will do everything for you. The only thing you need, gcloud. So you can get this command from here. So let me share this command. So finally, you can say my my laptop, guys. If you could enter one more time, so you can see this is been configured. And anybody who know Kubernetes, they know this file. Say they update this file. So that's all, guys. Now again, we're running the same command. Last time this command was not working. They fail. If I run this command again, you will see it won't fail. Guys, very interesting. From my laptop, I'll connect it to the Kubernetes cluster. Where this cluster running, it doesn't matter, guys. But technically, we know this cluster is running on at the Singapore data center in my account. And right now, this command doesn't fail. They didn't show you anything because I haven't launched any OS. But the command successful, and this say there's no port running. But one more command you can run here in the Kubernetes if you want to see how much slave node you have. So we know we have a 3 slave node, but this command tell you that how many slave node you have. So you see they show you have 3 slave node. This is the name of first slave node, second slave node, and third slave node. And all the slave node is ready. And guys, in the Kubernetes, when you see the role none, it is called worker node. But when you see role called master, they're master node. They never show you master node because this is the managed services they are managing internally for us. But here they show you 3 slave node because we launched 3 slave nodes. So this is a command you can see to see the nodes. Okay, so finally, guys, you know what we have configured? We have configured the entire cluster of Kubernetes. Plus, we configure my Windows as the client or the user. And who are going to use from some of your from team member, Dave, testing, production, other IT security guys, they might use this this cluster from their laptop. Okay, or normally that laptop normally also known as a workstation. So from their workstation or the laptop, they use this thing. How? Using kubectl. So what guys we want to do, kubectl would be enough command for doing everything. Let me show you guys one demo. But before I show you this demo, I would like to show you one more logic here. So guys, we know Kubernetes is just a management tool. Okay. For example, as a user, if you go to Kubernetes and ask, can you launch one OS for me? So Kubernetes behind the scene contact Docker and ask the Docker, can you launch a one OS for me? by chance, because this OS is launched with the help of Kubernetes, so this OS is not support. But internally, it is launched by Docker. And guys, in the Docker world, if you guys go through my video, otherwise I highly suggest just go through a lot of interesting facts you will see about the Docker. But if you guys launch any OS from the Docker, you need an image, and that is called Docker image. Even though guys, if you launch any OS anywhere, maybe in the laptop also, you need image also, like a bootable DVD. Okay, if you launch any OS in the cloud, again, you need one image called cloud image. Okay, so if you want to launch this OS, want to launch this pod, you need a Docker image. Okay, and where from where you get the image? Image means image of your Windows, image of your Red Hat, image of your CentOS and Ubuntu, which OS you would like to use. You can use that image. Okay, so so from where you get the image? So almost all the major Docker images is free, freely available. So if you go to a website called hub.docker.com. So this is a website, guys, where you get almost all the images for almost all the OS. So example, if you want to launch the OS for Ubuntu, search Ubuntu here. You will get the image for Ubuntu OS. It's a Docker image. You can use this image to launch the OS. Okay, but either use these images, and some images created by somebody. For example, I have my own account. You can also create your own account. And after I create my account, I create my image with my name. So if you guys search Vimal 13, so you find some of the image I just created for just for testing purpose. Okay, so these are the image I used. So 2 months ago, I create this image. Great download also, that's good. Okay, so I create this image. You can also create, guys, if you guys go through my Docker classes, I'll show you there how to log in here, how to create your own image. So this is, you can think this is one OS, and I create this OS. So if I click here, let me again share this link to you, this page to you, sorry. So what I did in this image, very quickly, just try to explain you. So I use one one base OS, let's say CentOS, for example, and inside this OS, I'll I'll configure a web server. Inside the web server, I copy some pages of PHP. So I put some website here, let's say. So this thing I already configured, and after I configure, I create my own OS image with this name. So if anybody use this image, so they will get pre-installed CentOS or maybe Red Hat Linux plus pre-installed web server. The way we installed the web server yesterday, you don't have to configure. Plus I installed some PHP also and put some web pages here. Then we print something for me. So this part, guys, I have already done to make this thing very faster. So this image I already have. This is like an image. And because this is the image for Docker, it's called Docker image. So anywhere you have the Docker, maybe inside the Kubernetes, maybe anywhere else, you can use this image, or maybe you can use hundreds of thousands of images available here. You can download the image to do whatever you want to do from this image. So I would like to use this image. So let me copy this image from here. And what I do, I want from this image. So this is my guys Windows. I'll copy this image here. I'll copy this image here. This is my Windows. And I'll tell my Kubernetes, means kubectl, with the help of kubectl. So now in the future, if you want to connect to your Kubernetes cluster, you have to always use this command, kubectl.exe, or whatever the software name you have downloaded, right? And tell them that I will to run and launch my pod, launch my pod. And guys, here you have to give your OS name. Let's say my OS 1. And so I would like to launch this OS, or in the Kubernetes world, it's called pod. I would like to launch this pod, and from this particular image, this image. Guys, this is the syntax of this command. So what this command will do for you? This will download this image internally from the Docker Hub. After I download this image, they launch this OS for you with this name. and they launch this port for you with this name. Because I use the run command. But where they launch, because right now I'm running this command from Windows, right? So Windows, I am just a user. So my kubectl will contact to master node, and master will launch in any of one slave. So either they launch here, either they launch here, either they launch here, or this slave may be running in 1A, 1B, 1C data center. So somewhere in one of the node, they launch for you. Okay, so this is one simple command. So you see this port has created. And now if you run the get port, sorry, not node, get ports command, you can see this container is created. So what they're doing behind the scene, they are downloading this image from the Docker Hub in one of the node. After they the download, they will launch for you. Downloading might take some second, but launching won't take. Within a second or less than 1 second, they'll launch for you. They can see is now start running. They launch one OS for you. OS for you. And if you are interested to know where they launch this OS, where they launch this port, so you can use option called -o wide. They tell you there's a 3 slave node, which slave node they use to launch this OS. So right now this OS is running, right, 51 seconds ago. Okay, this OS also have the IP address, but they launch in at this slave node 6797 6797. Here they launch, and this node may be running in 1A data center. So in the Singapore 1A data center, for example, they launch there. And the good thing is, due to any reason, this node fail, the entire data center fail, because this port is being launched by Kubernetes. So Kubernetes is so powerful, right? So they come to know the entire data center fail. Same node with same configuration, same website. What I'm running here, they launch in this node. They launch in this data center. You don't have to worry about, they will launch for you. They will launch for you. Okay. So there's the power of the Kubernetes. Okay. But let me show you guys, are they launching or not? To showing this demo, what I can do here, right? What can I do here? Let me delete this port. Maybe due to any accident reason, my port goes deleted. So I'm going to delete my port. For this, we have a command called delete, and I would like to delete my port with a name called myOS1. Sorry, myOS1. I just want to show you that the power of the Kubernetes. So let me delete my port. Let's say accidentally this port deleted. So what I am expecting, I'm expecting my Kubernetes will use the intelligence, and when they see the port goes delete, they will automatically launch for you. Let's see, does they are using their intelligence or not? Does the port automatically launch again for us or not? It's not launched, right? It's not launched. So why is not working in this way? They will explain to you. Okay, maybe right now if you shut down this node, also they won't launch for you. Okay, why? Because you have to tell the Kubernetes while launching the pod, use the intelligence. Right? What I mean by this, those who know Kubernetes, they know what I'm talking about. So in the Kubernetes, guys, if you want, Kubernetes is keep on monitoring your pods. And if the one of the pod goes down, they come to know the port goes down, and they automatically launch this port for you, maybe in the same node or other node, other data center. So for this, you have to tell a Kubernetes to keep on monitoring. And for monitoring, we have to use one program in the Kubernetes called controllers. Controllers. And there are multiple controllers available in the Kubernetes. Replica set, even though you don't have to know much, but I just want to tell you the name. A replica set is one kind of controller who control my ports, and they keep on monitoring. If one of the port goes down, launch one more. If anybody who know a replication controller, it is an older way. So now a replica set is a newer way to manage this. Okay, plus lots of things also you can do. Anybody who know version or versioning. Okay, so we have one more program that run on the top of this controller. This is called deployment. So if you launch the pod with the deployment, okay, you will get a replica set also, plus some more extra benefit about the maintaining the versions, maintaining the rolling updates. So again, this is not pure Kubernetes class. Okay, but anybody who know and interested in this part, this will give to you. So typically, guys, in the simple term, I just want to tell you, if as a user you want to launch your OS, you have to launch the OS with a deployment. Right? How? Very simple. So rather than I launch my OS with this approach, OS will launch, but this is not the good approach to use. Okay. So what to do? I'll tell my Kubernetes client to use the OS from this image. Okay. But here I don't want to use run. Instead of run, I want they create a deployment for me. Okay, and you can give the deployment a name, for example, my website. You can give any name here. That's all. Exact same thing they're doing for you. Same thing you can do for you, but here you can achieve lots of things. I'll show you one very powerful example here. What can you achieve? Okay, so one click, again, they launch the port for you. Exactly same way. There's no difference. Exactly port they launch. They give the port also the something like this name. But this port right now, because I launch with the deployment controller. Okay, deployment controller. So what deployment can do for you? Now they you can think they hire one guy behind the scene. Not guy, is actually a program. They have one program, and this program is keep on monitoring this port. And as soon as this port or the OS goes down, you don't have to manually come and launch it. One click, they will launch for you. They will launch for you. You don't have to worry about because I launch my OS from this image, but not directly with the help of deployment. Okay, right now my port launch. Let me guys delete this port again one more time. So I'm going to delete this port with this name. Now what you will see, one magic happen, guys. As soon as I delete, guys, as soon as I delete, they again launch for me. Guys, right now you see the number is called Z7891. Okay, so as soon as I delete, you will see behind the scene my Kubernetes keep on monitoring this guy, and they come to know this delete. Okay, and they say deployment you can keep on monitoring is deleted. Yes, so please go and launch one more port for us. See here, they launch right new one. Obviously, guys, how you come to know they launch new? Time see 18 second plus that's it. See the time also, name also. They launch this port for you. So typically, guys, if any application are running here, same thing you can't achieve with the Docker, right? If you guys work on Docker, if you launch the Docker, if Docker deleted, you have to manually go and check. Manually have to run a Docker ps command. If this goes down, you have to manually go and launch. Even the Docker also have a cluster. It's called Swarm cluster. It's like a competitor of Kubernetes. But again, you have to add some extra tool on the top of the Docker. There's different thing. Okay, but Kubernetes is a lot of powerful facilities that Swarm doesn't provide you. Just for your knowledge, right? But I suggest, guys, when you want to launch the OS, launch the OS with the deployment. Lots of benefit you can achieve on the deployment. Again, there's a long discussion, guys. We take some classes to and explain you the complete meaning of the deployment. But one more, guys, things I can tell you about deployment. Right now, one OS running. I'll show you guys how to connect with this OS. One OS is running. Where they're running? They're running in this particular node 6797 in this node, slave node. And this node may be running in some of the data center. Okay, but one more benefit, guys, you can see because you launch the port with the help of deployment. You can see again one more command we have is called deployment. You can see one deployment running. It's called this name, and in this deployment I launch one port. Okay, but what is, guys, exactly port is? What exactly port is? The port is actually a real thing. Real means port is my real OS. Inside the port, my website is running. My client is more interested into connect this port. They are never interested to connect the master node or slave node or worker node. They are interested to connect this port. So technically, my client will see the website that is running inside these ports. Okay, but maybe, guys, there's lots of client come up, right? And suddenly your client increase, your website goes viral, so huge traffic come up. Or maybe one OS or one port might enough might not enough to serve to solve all the query of the client. So what can we do? We can create multiple ports. Multiple ports. So very quickly, guys, in the Kubernetes, just one click, we can create the exact same copy of the port. Same copy of the port. Okay, and guys, this is called replica. So we can create a replication of it. So what you will achieve? What you will achieve? If first client come, they connect to this guy. Second client come, they connect to this guy. Third client come, they come to this guy. That's called load balancing. So automatic load balancing will happen. For this, you have to create a replica. Okay, and guys, one OS running. If you launch one more, launching this process called scaling. It's called horizontal scaling. Horizontal, sometimes also known as scale out. So we can tell my Kubernetes that I would like to do scale out of a port. Then Kubernetes asks how much copy you want. I say I want 4 copy in total, 4 replica I want in total, or 3 I want, 100 I want. Okay, you can do here very quickly. One click, they will launch for you. So let me show you guys right now. In my case, I'll tell my deployment to launch one port. So you can see here only one port is running. Okay, understand one thing, everything I'm doing from a laptop, right? I'm not touching my Kubernetes cluster, right? I'm not touching GCP, but everything is running inside the GCP. That's a great thing. Okay, so I'll tell my Kubernetes, can you do one thing? I can see a lot of traffic is keep on coming. Can you scale my deployment? Name called my web, because you might have multiple names. So I'll tell, can you tell my deployment, this one, this one, they say, deployment is one who say, I have to launch one port, one port. But can you tell this guy, I would like to increase my replicas to, let's say, 5. I see a huge traffic come up. Okay, so I want to launch 5 ports. So guys, so quick, you can see 5 ports they launch. 5 ports. One they're running, and now if you get one more time, see very quickly, guys, they keep on launching. So within seconds, they launch all the 5 ports. I'm so sorry, guys. They launch the 5 ports here, running. And now if you ask your deployment, how many port you're running, they say 5 you wanted, 5 are launched. If you go to ports, you can see 5 ports they launched here. So exact same website, you can think 5 laptop they created, 5 OS they launched. So first client will connect to this guy, second client will connect to this guy. And if you're interested to know, this is the port, and port guys we always launch in the slave node, which slave node they use. So right now, I have 3 slave node. Okay, so if you see again, white, you can see, okay, this first port they launch in slave node D4. Second port they launch in F5. Third they launch again F5, the 6.7, 6.7. The two port they launch here, 2 port they launch here, 1 port they launch here. It means again, they also spread your port across the node, right? You know, the powerful thing is this is running in 1A data center, 1B, 1C. So 2 port running, guys, in 1A data center of Singapore, 2 port running in Singapore's next data center, 1 port they are running in, maybe 2 port they are running in next zone here. Due to if the node goes down or entire data center goes down, your port is still running. your port is still, is still serving your clients. They never see the downtime. Okay, and because because maybe the entire data center goes down. Okay, the two ports is running here, they goes down, but it's still 3 is running. So my client is keep on serving from 3. But these 2, because they go down, because Kubernetes is very, very powerful, they automatically launch these 2 again in any of this port. So maybe launching maybe take some millisecond, even though millisecond time won't be best for the client, because the client will hit this port or this OS to get the website. Okay, but for this guy, you have to do one more thing here, and this is a very powerful thing. I really love this feature, especially in the cloud world, right? So guys, you know what? I launched 5 port, very, very powerful. You really love this feature. We have 5 ports. 5 port means 5 OS running, and all the 5 is exact identical copy. These are 5 ports running. Let's have port number 1, 2, 3, and 4, and 5. Okay. And what I want, guys, I want I want a client will go and connect. So any of the client come from internet, first client will connect to this guy, second client connect to this guy, third client connect to this guys. So for these guys, if you want this facility, you need load balancer. You need load balancer. Load balancer. So what normally we do, we'll tell my client, don't connect to my port directly, just connect to the load balancer. Load balancer behind the scene connect to the first port. Next client come up, again they connect to load balancer, they connect to this guy. Again, next client come up, and they say, I would like to also see the website. Load balancer see, because first and second already we give the request. Now next request I give to this guy. Next this guy, next this guy, next this guy. So they keep on doing the LB. That's called load balancing. This load balancer, guys, you have to configure right now. Otherwise, you know what, the client has to manually take the IP of this guy and connect IP of this guy to connect. I don't want this. I want when client connect, automatic load balanced. Okay, for this we have to create a load balancer. Now, what is the beautiful thing here is, if you create your Kubernetes cluster in your laptop, in your company on premises, you have to configure your own load balancer sometime. Okay, you have to configure. There's a lot of load balancer devices available in the market for appliances. Okay, so you have to configure your own load balancer and connect these guys. Little painful. You have to invest money first of all to to purchase this load balancer. If it is a hardware, it's called appliance, and plus you have to configure it multiple times. Okay, or maybe maybe if this hardware goes fail, entire system would fail. So you again need to create multiple load balancers also. One of the fail, second automatic starts, something like this. It's called active or active passive, something like this you have to do. Okay, but the good thing, guys, if you deploy this thing in the cloud, so normally almost all the cloud has their own personal load balancer, very powerful personal load balancer. Again, this is not a facility of the Kubernetes. If you go to AWS cloud, if you go to AWS cloud, so AWS cloud has their own personal load balancer called ELB. Similarly, if you go to GCP cloud, they have their own load balancer called LB, load balancer. So if I go to my my cloud, so here, let me open one more console. Okay, so Kubernetes, GCP has their own independent service of load balancers. So if you go here, and because load balancer is related to networking, so if you go to VPC, in VPC, you can see, we have a load balancer, or maybe is you go to networking, actually, networking. And networking, if you go to network services, you can see load balancer. Okay, load balancer. So it is independent, sorry, guys, services. You can use this load balancer for your GCE, means your virtual machines also, right? So this load balancer you have to configure. And we'll tell my load balancer, we'll tell my load balancer that if anybody come to you, now what you have to do, you have to place yourself here. Now, when my client from the internet come, they will come to you. They will never come to port. I will never give my port IP directly to these guys. I give your IP, but they come to you. You have to understood they come for my port. Okay, you have to connect first this port, this port, this port. This is called load balancer. This guys. But for this, you have to configure load balancer. But again, guys, creating a load balancer in the cloud is pretty simple, not a big deal, but a little bit painful. You have to understand multiple concepts. So you know what, I'm very powerful thing I just want to tell you here is, without coming to this program called load balancer, without coming to program called GCP load balancer or in AWS ELB load balancer, we can also configure this load balancer from the Kubernetes only. Okay, the Kubernetes has a program. This program automatically contact to GCP and say, GCP, I need your load balancer. And this load balancer is not part of the Kubernetes. So they can say, I need your external load balancer. I know your load balancer is so powerful, you will manage everything, right? I don't have to worry about the traffic, the load plus availability, everything you manage, but I need your load balancer, because Kubernetes also have their own load balancer, but that is for other purpose. So you can tell the Kubernetes. Okay, how to tell the Kubernetes? For this, I just want to show you one command. So in the kubectl command, if you ask a Kubernetes, do you have any load balancer? And guys, in the Kubernetes world, a load balancer is known as service. But it is like a load balancer only. So if you ask Kubernetes, do you have any load balancer? They say yes, they have, but it is for other purpose. This load balancer is not for actually for us. Okay, so what I can tell my Kubernetes that I have some pods running, and this pod is launched by my deployment program. Okay, with this name. So what I want Kubernetes do one thing. Kubernetes.exe. I using Kubernetes kubectl here, but you have to use kubectl.exe. So I want kubectl. What I have one deployment with a name called myweb, and they are running with 5 ports. I want you create a load balancer for me. So we have to write a one keyword called type, and type is load balancer for me. I want you create a load balancer for me. Okay, plus I also want, when you create a load balancer, just provide the load balancer IP, so I can give to my clients. And I get this concept called expose. I will expose the IP of the load balancer so they can connect from outside world. Okay, then you have to use a keyword called expose here. One more thing, guys, you have to do, but always, guys, if anybody come to this IP, okay, so always, guys, when anybody come to IP, they always connect to some program. So load balancer has some program running behind the scene, and every program, guys, in the internet or network has some port number. So tell which port number they will work. Because we know, guys, if any client to come to this load balancer connect to my port, and inside the port we are running with web server, because web server, guys, always normally by default run on port number 80. So we can tell here that the port number that we would like to use is 80 port. That's all. But guys, this is the actual Kubernetes command. Anybody work on Kubernetes, it's actual Kubernetes command. But right now, because this Kubernetes is behind the scene running on the GCP. So this command is pure Kubernetes command, but they tell by this keyword that, hey, I am a Kubernetes, but because you are running on the top of my GCP or you are running on the top of my AWS. So whatever your internal load balancer, your own personal load balancer you have, okay, your personal load balancer, please create this load balancer for me. Okay, give this load balancer to my, so that I can give this load balancer to my client. Okay, so it's a very powerful thing, guys, because Kubernetes has their own load balancer, but it is for a different purpose. But this facility, guys, you can achieve from your laptop. So if you can configure your Kubernetes in your laptop, you can achieve this. But if you are running the Kubernetes on the top of cloud, this is called Kubernetes as a services. By this keyword is like only this keyword, guys, is like a one magical keyword. Okay, one click. Okay, so typically it will work like this. Before, guys, launch, I'm very excited. This is very powerful thing actually. Otherwise, it will take a lot of things extra to manage these things. But now it becomes very simple. If so, right now I am in my Windows. Okay, and in my Windows, guys, I run this command. This command, guys, behind the scene contact to GCP. Why? Because my Kubernetes running there. Okay, and say GCP, can you do one more thing for me in my Kubernetes cluster? I want you create one load balancer for me. Where? Here. So this keyword means I want to get a load balancer, but this load balancer would be your internal load balancer, your load balancer services. Can I use your load balancer as a service? That's what I'm going to tell by this command. Okay, so when I run this, your service created. Now if I go here, you can see one service they created, but if you see action IP is still pending, still pending. Why? Because this command asked the GCP to create their load balancer. And because they created this load balancer, right now there's nothing. But if I refresh without coming to this page, or without coming to this page, you can see they start launching a new load balancer for you. See here? And they launch this load balancer for you. Where? And again in Singapore. And how many instances connected? 3. Why? Because we have 3 slave nodes. So all the connectivity, guys, again, this is very painful, but all those connectivity just by one single command. And again, you don't have to go to Google Cloud. Everything you can manage from your kubeshell command. Now, if you click here, they will fetch the IP. They say they create the load balancer, and this is the IP of the load balancer. Even though if you want to confirm, just click here, the load balancer page. You can confirm from here. This guys is very powerful integration they have. Very powerful integration. So typically, I launched Kubernetes in the GCP, and GCP has a tight integration or very powerful integration with the load balancer services. So, but they're two independent things, guys. Very two independent things, right? Load balancer is a different service in the Google. It's called load balancer as a service. Kubernetes is called Kubernetes as a service, but we connect to each other. So yes, same IP command. Same IP command. So what finally happened? What finally happened? It would be something like this. Something like this. So now anybody in the world who connect to this IP, okay, it connect to this IP. This is a public IP, real IP. This IP is connected to 3 worker node. Worker node 1, worker node 2, worker node 3. And these 3 worker node are running with multiple ports. Some is running with 2 ports, some is with 2 ports, one is 1 port. So anybody who come to this IP of my load balancer, my load balancer will send the request to one of the slave and one of the data center of Singapore and connect to one of the port. That's what I will, because this is the main thing, guys. This is my main application running here. Guys, in this port, I launched one web server. And in this web server, guys, I launched one PHP program. They are just printing something. Hello or welcome, something like this. So let me guys show you. And because it's a public IP, it's a public IP, anybody in the world can connect this. Okay. So let me try to connect. So even though if you try to connect, you also can connect. I see it connected, working fine, great. So technically this is the IP of the load balancer, but nobody know because for the client they never bother about the IP. They bother about the output. And the guys, in this image, I printed my welcome to Vimal, and plus I also printed the IP of my port. So right now, guys, typically where I landed. So if you talk about the port, so I landed to port number 10, this port. And this port, guys, is running in this slave, and this slave may be running in 1.8 data center. But if I refresh this page again, like right now, if you see here, I landed to port the IP 10. If I refresh, IP change. Why? Because we are doing load balancing, right? Where I landed this IP. They are running in the different data center. See, guys, I am also doing load balancing between different data center. So one single data center doesn't get the load. Very powerful setup, guys. It has been established. If I refresh one more time as a client, let me one more time. Guys, sometimes they create a cache, or it's called cookies. But if I keep on refreshing multiple time, or if I open a new browser, okay, there I try, you can see IP change again. And guys, if you're if you're also trying with this IP same, there's no change. IP same, but everybody is see the different ports. And guys, that is the reason, guys, in the port I create a program in PHP that will print the IP, so we can see the load balancing, right? Otherwise, normally we will pass the same page. And guys, this is the same architecture everybody use in the world, right? Even though if you go to google.com, it look like it's a Google IP, right? Guys, it's not Google IP, right? It's not Google. Okay, this is the IP or the name of Google load balancer. Okay, so typically this IP or the name is belongs to Google load balancer. Okay, and behind the load balancer, they have maybe running hundreds and thousands of servers running the same website. So anybody open, they will also see the same website, but every time you guys might connect to the different server to balance the load. So Google are running with, or maybe Facebook, if you talk to Facebook. So what are guys, normally you see the big name, they are not the actual real server. You actually connected to their load balancers, and load balancer will connect to one of the port or maybe VM. So that always depend guys what they connected behind the scene. And every time every VM they put the same website, same copy, so you will see the same thing. Even though if refresh, I might connect to the different data center of Facebook, right? Maybe right now I connect to Mumbai, then I connect to Delhi, then I connect to Singapore, but as a client you never come to. So wherever their load balancer feel there's lesser load, there's lesser load. Okay, so they will redirect me or route me there. They connect. So everything it's seamlessly. Similar kind of setup, guys. We have done. We have done here. Okay, even though if you go to now your Kubernetes page, your Kubernetes page, if I refresh, so again this is a cluster. It's a cluster, but this cluster guys we attached with the load balancer, and load balancer in the Kubernetes known as services. So if you go to services ingress page, you can see here my this cluster has been running with 5 ports, and we have attached external load balancer. Again, load balancer, and this is the endpoint. This is the IP of my load balancer. Even though if you click here, where same page you can detect it, right? So you can here also you can check, and if you go inside, some more extra details they show you how much memory they're using, CPU they're using, all the things they show you. They also show you the load balancer name and the IP of the load balancers. Plus some more thing, how many ports are running. So even though guys you don't have to run this command, ports command, this information from the portals they show you how many ports is running behind the scene, and some more extra information they show you from here. And if you guys think there's some more load increase, okay, just go to Kubernetes kubectl command and again ask them, I want to scale more. Okay, scale more. Now guys, you don't have to worry about load balancer, just keep on scaling. I want 50 ports here, and now I don't have to worry about about 50 port, because right now they are not using my RAM and CPU, they are using the RAM and CPU hardware, everything of the Google Cloud. I don't have to, I can very easily scale. Obviously more and more RAM they use, more more they charge, but technically they launched in the slave itself using the RAM and CPU. So they're still charging you. Now if I run kubectl and get ports, 50 ports they launch. So thousands of clients you can connect here, you can check from here, or if you refresh this page you can check from here. So guys, very much powerful demo here, very much powerful demo. So 50 port they are running, and 13 has been launched. They say it is unscheduled because why? Because there's a one limit question called quotas actually. So when you launch the cluster, you can set the quota. I can launch them for 4 port per instance, for example, or maybe we have a limit in CPU and RAM also in the quota in my projects. So we can go to quotas and increase it. But I just wanted to give you this demo. This can also be possible. Okay, this can also be possible. But we can launch, depend how much limit or RAM and CPU we have, we can launch here. Or anytime we can go, and a lot of things are running here. Okay, so even though if you go to get deployment, you can also write deploy also. Out of 50, 13 is running. Okay, or maybe if you don't want, let's say we don't have so much load, we can we can shrink it down. That's called scale in. Okay, we remove all the port. Only 2 port will run. Okay, 2 port will run. Where I can check this part. So guys, very powerful, practical, very simple also guys, even though anybody who work on Kubernetes manually configure I have again deliver hundreds of training for this. I know, very very interesting but very painful. It took some classes to configure the cluster only. Okay, then if you attach external load balancer, it take a lot of time also, but here just by 1 or 2 commands everything is configured. Because final requirement guys is not about to show your skill that we know Kubernetes. And final requirement is not to show your skill that we know load balancer. The final requirement is a customer should be happy. My customer should be happy. Okay, I don't want to plus I don't want to invest my money on the hardware. So I'll just go and use the cloud hardware if I need more, if I need less. Okay. So sorry guys, so accordingly I can plan it. So accordingly I can plan those things, right? And one more guys, small thing for your knowledge. Right now guys, we are into the workshop, but Google also have a one workshop. So Google also have one global training program. If you search go GCP, Associate Engineer Program. So if you search the Google Associate Engineer Program. Okay, so if you search for this program, it's a global program, right? So in the market guys, if you go for a real training of this program, okay, real not recorded classes. Recorded class I don't you know, you can use for the reference, but it won't give you so much real practicals that we use in the real industry. But if you go for real training for this particular program, real instructor based, so in the market they charge a lot, maybe 10,000, 50, 20,000 if you talk about Indian currency. Okay, but you know what I'm telling here guys, in this workshop guys, in this workshop, most more than 60% content of this program we have covered. So you don't have to invest your money. Just in this workshop guys, more than 60% content we have covered, and remaining 40% guys, because I give the process in such a way you can also learn by yourself. And even though guys, if you go for this kind of program, okay, they won't talk much about this kind of use cases, this kind of integrations. Okay, I never see that in the Google Associate program. Even they have they have GKE in the program, but they never talk about this real use cases and the real we do this practical, you know, how to kind of load balance and some kind of these examples, right? They never talk. So even though we gonna cover by the end of the day today more than 60% of this program, but as a practical or of this particular 60% portion, we are covering more than three times or 10 times in the practical perspective. Okay, so I just wanted to tell you, right? Just in, so this is the thing I told you in the first day. For me, it's a workshop, no doubt. Okay, but for me, normally what you learn in the training, we are also learning more than what you learn in the training. Okay, obviously I can't cover everything in 2 days, but yeah, according to me, more than 60% content has been covered with more practicals. Okay, so that you don't have to invest. But my main plan guys here, to save your money, to give you the proper content, plus proper practical content, plus some of the great use cases of these respective topics. That's what I just wanted to tell you here. So do one thing guys, let's go for a small break. Okay, again this break would be of same 15-minute for the break and 10 minutes for the practical. The main thing is, the main practical I want to do here, to install the G Cloud in your laptop. So if you're if you're using Windows or Linux or Mac, doesn't matter, just go and search this program, download this, and install it. Double click, it will install for you. Okay, and after install, you will see you will see G-Cloud is working in your laptop. If you ask G-Cloud how many projects we have, so from my laptop I can check how many projects we have. We can check. And I don't know, because in my project I launch Kubernetes cluster. You can also check G-Cloud. Can you check anything about my containers? I don't know, guys, about the next command here. I don't have to also know. I can go for help. So they say, do you want to know something about cluster? I say yes. Or most probably they might give the command called list. So can you tell me how many clusters running? They say there is no cluster running. Guys, can anybody tell me why they say there is no cluster running? Because we are running with one cluster. Because guys, G-Cloud by default are looking in this project. Do I launch my cluster in this project? So you have to pass a keyword called -, project. This name, project ID. So we asked G-Cloud, can you go inside this project and check, do you have any cluster running there? So it will show you guys in a minute that, yeah, in this project, you are running with a one cluster. See here, this cluster we are running. And this cluster, this is the master IP, and this are some 3 nodes we are running. Everything's good, right? So again, guys, if you know the concept, working on the command line is not a big deal. You should know logically what exactly you guys are looking for, right? So guys, take the break of around 25 minutes. I'm not asking you to set up the Kubernetes cluster. If you want, it's very simple. Just go and click and create the cluster for you. At least uh, configure the G-Cloud command in your laptop. And first time when you when you install, it will ask you to log in. It will open the browser, or maybe they give one URL in the command line. Copy this URL, put in the browser. And here they ask you the login and password of your account, and then your laptop is authenticated to run the G-Cloud. That's what you do. So at guys 12:30 we will resume and we'll start the new topic. Okay, so 12:30 guys we will resume. Okay, and guys, any Q&A you can put in the WhatsApp group, you can put in your Slack channel, or any Q&A from my side. Today's guys, after the session complete, I will open the Q&A. You can ask me there here also. Okay, that's okay, guys. So see you guys after in another 22 minutes. Guys, welcome back again, and let's continue with the next part. Again, next topic, guys, would be very much powerful. Multiple different components we are connecting each other, right? So it will be again some kind of real, real world kind of practical we are going to develop, right? So by this particular practical, you also guys going to know and learn some more stuff and some more thing here, right? So maybe guys, most of the guys have installed the G Cloud, and if you guys facing any issue, don't worry. After the today's session, you can put your issues in the Slack channel, and plus in the WhatsApp. Somebody will definitely help you guys. Don't worry. Right now, just focus more on the content, right? So what exactly we are going to do? Multiple components we are going to integrate each other. So typically I am going to integrate a load balancer with the Kubernetes, and the Kubernetes we are going to integrate with our databases. So AWS has their own commands. Sorry, AWS has their own services where they manage their database, right? So I will talk about this part in very detail in a minute. But this kind of integration, guys, we are going to do. So what exactly we are going to implement here? So three different services, or I can say three different component we are going to integrate in a minute, right? But what exactly we are going to solve here? Okay, so it is something like this. It is something like this. If you guys open any web application, again, let's take a very simple example, Facebook. Okay, so when you open this particular page here, okay, this particular page here, so in this particular page, guys, the IP that you through which you open, because right now you use the name, but internally this name convert into the IP. And typically most of the times these IP is the load balancer IPs, and behind the load balancer they are running multiple different node, different OS, different containers, depend guys of how they configure their servers, right? So these are the load balancers they have, and behind the load balancer they have one system. For example, they have one, let's say, web services, web server. And in this web server, guys, they run some website in some language. Most of them, guys, I think Facebook is running their website in a language called PHP, for example. So they are running some PHP, and because of PHP language, you can see this complete blue color, this this search bar, these icons, this photograph, these images. So because of the PHP and their respective code, web technology code, you can see these pages. Okay, but you know what, guys, exactly happening when you open this facebook.com, or maybe Google, or maybe Twitter, something like this. When you open this page, okay, you hit to the load balancer. Okay, and load balancer will connect to some server, typically known as a backend server, maybe pod. Okay, and the pod we have a PHP running. And before, guys, PHP show you this website, show you this website, uh, in this particular server, guys, they don't store this image. Plus, if you, even though if you go down, if you do go down, if you see some of the data you have, this particular article here, or the followers here, these images here, this content here. See, they don't store this content or the data uh, directly in the web server. So what they do, guys, they store this data in somewhere in some storage, and this store, guys, is managed by services called storage services. Okay. For example, again, if I explain in this way, okay, when any client when any client hit to the Facebook or to this kind of server, they hit to the load balancer of the Facebook. Okay. After the load balancer, we connect the load balancer will connect to my to the web application or to the web server. Okay, web server, like they're running this PHP code or some HTML JavaScript code, and in this application, normally whatever data you see here, this data actually coming from not from this system or this particular server. This data actually my PHP we write some code, and in the code I'm so sorry guys, this code will fetch some from some of the storage. Okay, so for example, there's some storage here, and this storage guys, they put all the images, all other videos. They store all the images and videos or PDF files here. So these are independent server actually. They store all the image and videos and PDF here. And because this system we store to store the data or the file or the image and videos, so this server is called storage server. But in this server guys, we are only storing the images and video or the file. So typically this kind of storage is known as object storage. Okay, so they store these images. Depend guys how they plan the architect, but typically the PHP will go to this server. Maybe let's say this system is running on IP 100. Let's say a load balancer has the IP 200, and this system, let's say, running with the IP 201, for example. So PHP go to IP 201 and pick the images and video from there. And after they pick, they show in this page. So for as a user, it look like the image is here only. It look like a video is here only, but it's not here. They're coming actually from some other sources. Okay, and typically they are known as object storage. Okay, and if you talk about the Amazon, okay, AWS. So AWS has a one product dedicated for the object storage are are known as S3. Similarly, if you go to GCP cloud, GCP also have an object storage known as storage services. So rather than they give the name object, but typically they use the term called storage, right? So if you go to GCP, and if you see in the storage, multiple different kind of storage they have. Why multiple? You come to know, but they have one storage called storage. So when you say this storage term here, actually it is like a object storage. It means where we store our file and images. So you can just go and upload your file images, and after you upload, they give you one link. So it is something like Google Drive. So Google Drive is one of the example object storage. So just anybody can you can just very simply go here, create a folder known as bucket, and upload the files in folder here. But I'm not so much interested in this thing because it's very simple to use. Anybody can use. So if the way you use Google G Drive or Google Drive, similar something like this, you can use the service. Okay, but here I'm interested in some other storage here. Okay, for example, if you talk about this part of Facebook, so if you see here guys, this is the number of followers or likes, or if you go in the about section, so we'll update about the next one. So these information, or maybe sometime maybe sometime the post and the content that we have. So these information guys, most of the time this service is stored in some storage. Again, this because why they store in the storage, because I told you yesterday guys, storage is persistent. Is the persistent device. So whatever you store here, it is permanent, it won't remove. Obviously I don't want my data in the Facebook removed, so they store your data in the persistent. But but depends guys which kind of data it is. If it is a normal file, they store in the object storage. And if it's a data related to your information, your credit card numbers, your account, billing, so typically they store this data and again in the storage, but this storage is normally known as database storage. And again, we have multiple different kind of databases. One we have RDBMS kind of one, we have no SQL kind of. So I'm not going for these much detail here in this particular program. Okay, but most of the data guys, they store in the database, and that's what guys I'm interested in. So let's think guys, your post here, your about us, credit card number, billing statement, these data they store in a storage, but the storage is a database storage. So what I want PHP will go and retrieve this data from here, and after they retrieve, they go give to load balancer, and load balancer give to me. So as a client perspective, you can see one single side, but this single side having some HTML code, some PHP code, some images and videos coming from object storage, your data, some other information coming from your databases. Maybe if you know about Facebook, your search engine is working on in NoSQL, your chat engine is working on NoSQL. So multiple databases they were connected. So it's being a very complex architecture, but we can build. But right now we don't require here. My interesting thing, the thing that is important for us is to use this component that we know how to use, and I would like to use this component, and I would like to use this component. So I'm going to build a one application right in the GCP cloud, where well, all the data I am going to store in the database. And guys, if you want to use a database, so in the Google, we have in the GCP, we have a service known as SQL. And guys, if you ever work on AWS cloud, there the service known as RDS, Relation Database Services. Okay, so in the GCP, if you want to use a database, then in the storage, you can see one service called SQL. SQL is one service you can use. Spanner also one service, very mature, very powerful. If you think if you have a huge load and you want hundreds and thousands and millions of slave node of the database, you can use this. This will come with very high license cost also, but I'm not going for Spanner. I'll go to SQL. Okay, so SQL is a one service who give a database to me, and multiple database they support. I think three database they support: MySQL, Microsoft SQL, or PostgreSQL. So we are going to use a MySQL database today. Okay, this one. So in this guys terminology, what exactly we are we are going to do? My customer will going to connect to the load balancer, and my load balancer will connect to the web server. And web server guy is the one who my client always see. So web server running with some website, one web app, and typically these are known as front end. So website would be my front end. But whatever data I use, websites show you to the client, like images, video, and content post. Whatever data they show you, they pick this data from from the database. So database typically known as backend. So guys, we are going to create this kind of architecture. Okay, if I create this thing again one more time very quickly. So we are going to create a backend backend with the MySQL database. That's what we are going to create. And all the data we are going to store here. And we are going to configure one web server as a front end. This will be my web server. And this web server running with Java or PHP or Python. Right now we are going to run with PHP. Okay, and the PHP we will go and write the code. When any customer come to you, you just go behind the scene and pull the data and show this data to show this data to a client. And then we have a customer and we have a customer, or we have the client here. Client will go and connect to this web server, and this web server will pull the data by helping some language and show the customer. But maybe in the future, guys, you might have some more load come up. So we might have to launch multiple web server 1, web server 2, web server 3. So for this, because in the future, they might be have a requirement that you might have multi web server. So it's good practice initially. Don't connect client directly to the web server. You can put one load balancer. So you do properly plan or architect beforehand, because we don't know how many instances or VM or maybe the port we have to launch in the future. So we can add one load balancer here. So load balancer has the IP address. My client connect with load balancer. Load balancer connect to the web server connect to databases. They pick the data, they present the data to this guy, and they present the data to the client, and client will see this kind of final web application or the website. Something like this we are going to do today. Okay, one more small thing. Now, because this is your this is your complete server or the OS, where you want to launch the OS, that will be your choice. But I told you guys the power of Kubernetes. So you can launch the entire server inside the pod of the Kubernetes. Similarly, your database is also server. Okay, server, and server will come with the OS. Okay, so you can again launch this entire MySQL database again inside the pod. Okay, so you can use both the things in the pod. But right now, guys, I'm just trying to do show you different flavor here. So my flavor would be here I am going to use a load balancer from the Google, their external load balancer. Why I say external is a Google own load balancer, but for the Kubernetes perspective, they are external. They're not belonging to the Kubernetes. By sense, Kubernetes is there inside the GCP, but Kubernetes is an independent product. So according to the Kubernetes, the load balancer of the GCP is the external. This reason we say is external load balancer, but it is a part of GCP. Okay, so we are going to use a GCP load balancer. We are going to launch a front end of the PHP, okay, in the Kubernetes by using the port. So here we are going to launch this port. So kubectl exe get ports. So we are going to launch a port. Okay, so this port, guys, we don't need. We are going to launch some more new port here. Okay, this port, inside this port, we run some application here. Okay, but right now, guys, we can launch our database also in the Kubernetes. We can do it. Okay, but I'm not showing this demo because I want to show in other approach. So instead, guys, we will go and launch my database in the pod. One issue, one challenge you will face, guys. You can launch the pod. So let me explain you here what exactly I'm talking about. Okay, this is a very powerful demo, guys. Very interesting demo. What I'm going to show you. Just first explain me, guys, what challenge you will face. Can you hold for a second, please? So, guys, if you especially talk about the database, database, guys, is a program, right? For the database, again, we require a RAM and CPU hardware. Then we require operating system. And on the top of the operating system, guys, we have to install a program. It's called database server. Depend, you want to install Oracle or MySQL, depend on what you want. Plus, because this is a database server, we are data servers, so the database also require hard disk. So we have to attach some hard disk here. But for the guys company, for the any of the company and for any of the industry, this is very critical server. The company store all the record, all the employee record, all the business transaction, their financial accounting, everything in the database. Maybe my front end goes down, my website goes down, right? We can again ask my developer to create the code, or we can ask my developer to again run, or my system guys to again launch the website. Okay, but database is very critical. Due to any reason, if the database crash or hard disk fail, if data remove, so it is like it is like a complete business loss. The entire business might lost. Okay, so it's a huge, very critical unit. Okay, so if you guys launch a database in the pod, there's no challenge in the pod. But if you launch a database inside the container or inside the pod, right? So everything you have to manage. Okay, pod will launch. Okay, inside the pod, you have to manually go and configure the databases. You have to you have to maintain the best securities. You have to maintain the best performance tuning configurations. Tons of configuration you have to do. Hard disk you have to manage. Plus, you have to also create a cluster of the databases where you have to create multiple slave node replicas and tons of things you have to manage. Okay, so maybe pod will launch your database in within a second. That's a good thing. If one thing failed, they will launch one more time for you automatically. I show you. But the challenge here is we have to manage the database. Okay, we have to take the responsibility of managing this particular database. Okay, so what can we do, guys? Rather than we go and manage this database by ourselves, we can go for managed services. So we can go and say to GCP cloud. So what will say, GCP, can you manage this complete database for me? I don't have to bother about my hard disk failure, my OS system update, patches, security update, database configuration with the best practices, security practices also. Okay, I don't want to manage some basic patches also. Some security patches come up, bugs come up. Okay, everything you manage. Finally, I would like to use my database. That's all. So whenever new data come up, I will come and store the data. I will go and read the data. But otherwise, everything you have to configure. And you have to give that a guarantee. Never goes down, hard disk never fail, RAM never fail, system never fail, and system and database to be always up. So we can go for managed services. So if you go for managed services, like in GCP, service never SQL, or like in AWS, it's called RDS. Okay, so they take the responsibility. They say we will manage everything for you. You don't have to worry about. Only thing, I will launch a database for you with the best security way, or best possible, or best performant way. You just go and use it. That's all. So you will be the user of the database. Otherwise, this database belongs to you. You own this, but you don't have to manage everything. Everything we will manage for you. Okay. So again, guys, doesn't matter. You launch the database inside the pod, inside the container, inside the VM, inside your laptop, inside your server. You have to manage. But here, guys, I don't want to manage. So I don't want to use the pod. I want they manage for us. So I have to go for managed service. Okay. So that's what, guys, I'm doing here. So I don't want my database to be managed by me. I want my SQL database, my backend a program where I keep my data, very critical for me. So let the GCP cloud guys manage for us. Maybe they might charge a little bit extra amount for this, but let's these guys manage for us. Okay, that's what I want. Okay, it is, guys, something like a Kubernetes also. Kubernetes also they're managing. I want they also manage. But in the top of the Kubernetes, we launch the port for web server. So web server we have to manage. We have to manage. This might not be critical. We will manage. Manage means configure the web server, or installing the web server, yeah, putting the security on the web server or something like this. We have to manage. Even though, guys, you are using this particular port from this particular image, we launched my port from this image, this particular image. So I have configured this image, guys. Okay, so it means I am managing this image. Okay, so whatever is there in this image, we have to configure, or you have to configure. Here I don't want. So whatever MySQL need for configuration, for setting up everything, they will take care. It's called managed services. Okay, so what I'm, guys, there's three flavor now. You see load balancer, we are going to use GCP. Web server that has some PHP code, we are going to launch inside the Kubernetes. And databases, we are going to launch in a program called SQL. SQL program of GCP. Okay, that's what we are going to do. Okay, here SQL is managed by AWS. Here pod is launched by us. This pod is managed by us. But yeah, pod we launch inside the Kubernetes. Kubernetes is managed by these guys. That's a good thing. Okay, and they also manage the load balancer. Almost everything is managed by these guys. Okay, by these guys. That's what, guys, we are going to do. So let's, guys, go and build this particular setup. Very powerful. But as a client perspective, you will only see one thing. You will only see this particular website. That's the interesting thing as a client perspective. Okay, so, guys, let's go and build this powerful setup. And before, guys, you build this powerful setup, let me very quickly show you how to use SQL. So let, guys, first go and use this service. After we guys comfortable with the service, then we will build this great architecture here. Okay, so this is my GCP cloud. And if you go to guys, again, in the same project I am in, and if you go to storage, you can find SQL. Okay, if you go to SQL, okay, so they ask you, do you want to use fully managed? That's what I want, guys. So you want SQL services for Postgres or MySQL. So I'm looking for MySQL, but these three databases they are offering to you. Okay, so let's go and create one instance. Instance means launch one database server. That is everything managed by them, but obviously you have to tell what you want in the MySQL. Okay, so I click here and to launch. So where's my document? We go and launch. Okay, now they are giving, guys, three offering. So I am interested in the MySQL multiple versions they provide in the MySQL. Let's go and choose MySQL database. Guys, if you see, guys, this simple page, right? Very simple, nothing special. Nothing special here. You to just tell your instance name. I can say like my database, like my database OS. That's it. Just give the instance name. And guys, anybody who ever work on databases, so when you create a database, obviously you have to log in, guys, by storing the data. You have to log in. Okay. All right. So if you create a database server, like who log in to the database is known as a client. So when client connect to the database, obviously you need the database IP, you need the username, and you need the password. IP, guys, they will give you in a minute. Username by default is there in the database of MySQL is called root is a username, and password we have to set it. So that's what I'm telling. Root password, root user is there. Tell the password what you would like to set. So I'm setting some password here. And here they ask you where you want to launch the database. So let me launch this database in, you can launch anywhere, but let me launch in the Singapore. Asia, Singapore. Which zone? Again, you select, like, let's say 1A zone. Okay, and which version of MySQL you want to use, you can use. So guys, so simple, right? Nothing is special. Otherwise, all the complexity behind this database will be managed by these guys. They will manage everything: RAM, CPU, hard disk, failure, replicas, backups, everything they configure. Even though there's option to configure tons of thing here, I'll show you guys what can you do in this configuration. But let me just go and create. So one complete database or one complete instance they are launching for you. It may it may 2 or 5 minutes, and after this entire database completely managed by these guys. And guys, they are taking the responsibility. You won't have to worry about in the terms of anything failure. After they launch, they will give you here the IP address on which you guys can connect. By default, guys, they're giving you one CPU and this much memory, but you can change also while launching. I'll show you how to change one more time when I launch this guy. Okay. So guys, by the meantime, they are launching this. I have one certain announcement for you, so it will save our time. There's 2 or 3 announcement. One announcement, guys, here is this is a workshop, and after you complete this workshop, right, successfully, we will provide you a certificate, and that is called a participant certificate. But we also thought, guys, to provide one more extra certificate for some extra students here. But let me discuss, guys, what I'm meaning this. So everybody who is attending this workshop will have one participant certificate. Okay, but today, guys, I'm going to give you one task. And those sorry, guys, can you hold for a second, please? So today, guys, after the completion of today's topic, I will give you one task. And those candidates over here who will do this task, we will offer you guys one more extra certificate. It will help you guys to providing in your to adding in your resume, right? That will have some kind of appreciation. Sometimes certificate will provide, but it's not for everyone. Only those who will do the task. What is the task? I'll discuss, guys, in some minute. One thing, but yeah, everybody who is attending this workshop will give you a participant certificate. Only condition is if you attend successfully. And what I mean by successfully, those who attend the complete 2 day, and after attend 2 days, you guys got the concept. Maybe some of the practical you might not able to do, but at least you understand the concept, how the thing be working, and how we just that you have done successfully. The best way to judge is, guys, by looking at the participant and attendance in the Zoom meeting. Won't give you a proper way to judge. So what the normal approach we use, maybe guys, other student who have attended my workshop before, or maybe you guys have gone through some of other training, they might know. But the approach that we use is, what you have to do, you have to create one summary. You write some small, very small document, maybe a 1 page or half page or some lines, and you have to write a summary what you learn in these 2 days. Okay, you have to write, for example, we have learned Kubernetes. In the Kubernetes, we integrate HDA, SQL with load balancer. We learn how to you some projects, some multi projects, VPC, all those things. So you have to write one summary, and obviously, guys, everybody has their own way of thinking and summary. In the summary, guys, you can also write some use cases also. For example, by looking at these services, I am working in the company, and we were facing this issue, but I think now new idea come in my mind, and I think by integrating these services, I can solve the challenges. So 2 or 3 things you can write here in the summary. One, what do you guys learn, right? You have to write in summary. Plus, if you can give us a little bit more description here, how the service work. Okay, this is one thing. Plus, if any new idea come up, or if you have had any challenges previously in the college, in the companies, you can also write. This will be again appreciated. So anybody who really have gone through this workshop properly, if you properly listen to me and properly, even though if you try to do the practical, maybe with me or after this workshop, they definitely get some new ideas, or definitely understood the flow happening behind the scene. So for us, that is a successful attending the workshop, right? So we will only, guys, offer the participant certificate who really participate. And person doesn't mean the name is there in the Zoom meeting, right? And you are live, but you are not listening. So for us, it is not participant. Okay, so we'll give the guys certificate soon, guys. You will get the certificate. So after this workshop, guys, we will give you a link in your WhatsApp group. In this link, you have to submit your summary. Okay, so we'll share you guys where you can submit your summary. You can submit this summary, even though if this thing is ready, maybe you can, after the workshop, we can give half an hour. Just try to recall what you learned yesterday, what you learned today. Try to create a summary, and you can post there. And after post, my team will check all the summary. Okay, and they will also check the duplicates also. I don't want any duplicate. Everybody has their own way to write. So we'll check the summary, and maybe in the week we will, guys, mail you a certificate. This is for everybody. But if everybody or somebody who want to work on this task that I will share you soon, after they submit the task, we will again give an extra link for you guys to submit that particular task. It is, guys, good way to explore yourself also, right? Because if you do this kind of task, you are showcasing yourself to the real world, that you know so much, and you know so much in just in 2 days. So actually you are showcasing yourself that how much you can do in 2 days. Okay, so you are showcasing yourself. So it's very it's help you guys in to grow your network and get a great connection in the real world, all right, in this technical field. So we will give you guys a one link for this task. You can submit. Again, we can check this task, and we will, guys, soon provide extra certificate for you. It will help you to well somewhere in the GCP profiles in the company. Okay, so there's a two announcement we have. So let's, guys, come to SQL. I think it has been launched. So finally, you can see here it has been launched. And after the launch, you can see they give the IP address. Okay, so very quick, guys. The complete setup has been done. So it is something like this. It's something like this. We have database server running. Okay. And this data server give one IP address to me. Okay, and we know the username is root. Password we have set ourselves, so we know the password. So we can use this IP, login and password to connect. So who will connect? Obviously, a client will connect. Just, guys, just go and check very quickly. Can I able to connect this database server or not? And who can be client? Your laptop can be a client. So there are a lot of guys MySQL client program available in Windows and Linux and Mac. You can install in the laptop, and if that program will work as a client, you can connect to this data server to check the connectivity. But right now, guys, I'm not using my Windows to test. I can launch this different server here. It's called Cloud Shell. It's also like a different VM or different instance. And from here, I will connect this guy. Or this Cloud Shell has one OS, and this OS has given you a MySQL client program. Otherwise, you can use your laptop also, like Mac and Windows. A lot of MySQL program available in the market. You can download, install, and you just go and to this IP and check. Okay, so let me check here. So we are launching this thing. After I check, everything is working good. Then we will show you how to integrate with the front end. So the one OS launch, they have MySQL program. So guys, this command is a command for the client, MySQL. Okay, so this is a client program. So in this program, guys, you have to tell my username is root. Okay, my password, they will ask you when you run this program, and then you also tell your IP address. So right now, guys, my system is MySQL working on this IP, and this is a public IP here. Anybody in the outside world also connect, even though we can we can disable the public IP for security, and we can do a private connectivity. So, but I'm not going for this part because it will again lead us to the VPC. Okay, so I'll take this public IP because public IP anybody in the world can connect to. Only condition is they should know my they should know my password. So how to connect? So in the MySQL we have option, okay, called H, and it's pretty slow here, and type. Okay, so I am a client. You could be anywhere in the world. Any of the OS you can use, or any of the client you can use. And when you hit enter, sorry, let me do Control C. I don't know, system is a little slow here. One more, guys. And they ask me the password, and I know my password database. I put in the password, and let's see, does they able to connect or not. So guys, typically normally they connect very quickly, but here they are not able to connect. Why? Because of some security. So you can think, guys, when you launch your database server, so in the front of database server internally they put one firewall, and the firewall it is written, if somebody coming from outside world, don't allow to connect. Okay, so in the firewall we have to create a rule and say if client coming from anywhere in the world, you guys know what is anywhere, 0.0.0.0, right? If client coming from anywhere in the world, ask them to connect. Even though, guys, this is not good practice to do, because database is very critical in the real world. I don't want outside world can connect, but that's showing this demo very quickly. I'm just creating this rule in the firewall. Okay, so so I can see this particular demo to you. Okay, so how to configure this? So let me minimize this part. And when you launch your database, so I'm into the database page called overview. So if you go down, so you can see option called edit configuration here. And if you go down here, we have option called in the configuration connectivity. And here say anybody can connect your database using public IP, but we can disable, so nobody from outside world can connect my instance. It's good for security sometime. I can enable public private IP, so anybody has a private IP. Obviously my private IP is my VPC, and from my VPC anybody can connect. And even though, guys, here you can get the power of, you know, the concept I explain you, so you can get the power of Google private network connectivity with security also. So again, but I'm not going for this part. Let's only go for public only. And here I can authorize the network, which network you would like to authorize. Okay, so I'm going to add, just giving them allow all, just give some name. And here you can give some particular IP, or here I'm just giving all IP. So anybody from anywhere in the world can connect my data. It's not at all the security good practice. But right now my plan is not to talk much about security here. My plan is to just allow. That's all. So anybody who have my public IP, right, from anywhere in the world, okay, they can connect my database. Okay, and after this, just save it. So anybody who have my IP address, and obviously anybody who have my password also, they can connect this database. And who can connect? Obviously, client can connect. So same command, guys. If I run one more time, it asks the password, and see, guys connected, right? So anybody you guys ever work on MySQL, you can always see welcome to MySQL and this prompt. This is called MySQL prompt. So you actually connect it with your database. But good thing is database is completely managed by a GCP cloud. So they are getting taking the responsibility of this database. And anybody who guys ever work on databases, so you guys might know the command called show databases. So there is a databases respective command. It will show you how many databases you have. So these are pre-created databases we have. And if you want to create the database, anybody who again know the database, we have a command called create database. Okay, but here, guys, the good thing about this GCP is without going inside the database or without creating the databases or without logging, you can also create a database from your portal. So there is option here, guys, databases. So you don't have to log in. Without login and without running the command called create database, you can create the database here. Even though they show you for database they already have. Okay, so anybody who don't know about database, so MySQL is a database server and database is something like a folder. And inside the folder we create a file is typically known as table. And in the table we store the data. It's something like this. So I'm going to create a new database. Let's say this is called Linux World Database. That's so simple, guys. Without knowing the command from this portal, we can go inside and create the database. And so technically, they create a database for you. And this database, guys, we are storing some data. Okay, so this database has been created here. So either you check from here, or you can, if you know the command, you can log in. And if you again run a show database command, you can see one more new database created. Okay, even though, guys, anybody who know MySQL, we have a command called create a user command. If you want to create a new user here for login, again, without without creating the users, we can also create a user from here. So there's option called users. Okay, so if you will see, guys, here we have one user called root. And you can log in with root from any of the systems. You can also go and change the password also, or you want to create one more user in the MySQL, you can create from here if you want. Okay, so lots of things, guys, you can do here, backup, replica, lots of other things also we can do here. But let's take this thing as a very straightforward. So finally we have a database. Okay, and this is called MySQL, and anybody will connect this database for anywhere in the world. That's what we have right now. So, guys, now what we are going to use in this database. So, guys, we are going to do this setup. So we are going to we are going to create one front end for PHP program. We are going to use backend for MySQL, and we are going to put one load balancer. That's what we are going to do. Okay, and for doing this, guys, either you create your own PHP program. You can create your own PHP program. Okay, or there's a lot of program available for the PHP. So one of the very famous program available in the PHP for creating the website or creating the blog site, you guys might know, is WordPress. So WordPress is the one program available that has a pre-created PHP, and this is one website through which you can create a blogger or articles or some other websites also. So we are going to use WordPress as a PHP program that's already created in the market. But our plan, guys, is to launch the WordPress PHP program in the port. And if you want to launch in the port, so you need a WordPress image, a Docker image. Okay. So again, if you go to Docker Hub and ask, does we have any program for WordPress? So let me check. So if I search here WordPress, So WordPress is a very famous program for PHP, for CMS or for website or articles or blogs. You can use this image. But who will guys launch this image? Kubernetes. So give this image to the Kubernetes. Kubernetes will do everything for you. The image name is WordPress. So like guys, let me do thing from the Kubernetes side. How we can do? So again, I'll go to Kubernetes and do the things right. So what I'm going to do, I'll tell my Kubernetes that you have to use this image called WordPress. Okay, and this image I would like to launch a pod, but pod would be managed by deployment. And deployment we can give some name, let's say my WordPress. That's all. So one click, guys. Kubernetes will will launch. Download this image from the Docker Hub. By default, they launch for Docker Hub only. Okay, and they launch the pod managed by deployment. That's all, guys. One simple command. And you guys know where Kubernetes running. It is running inside the GCP. You can see one more container they launched, and they launched this container on one of the slave node. Sorry, one of the slave node. Okay, this one. My WordPress, and they're launching in this slave node. And this slave node is running in one of the data center of Singapore. So this is one command we have. Let me share this command. It's exactly the same. But if you want, because in the future, this website, WordPress is one kind of PHP website, might have multiple load. So we would like to scale. So it was good practice, guys. In the deployment, we can scale with the replica. I show you, but I want those all the pod can be used by outside world. So I would like to use a load balancer. Okay. So how to create load balancer, you guys know. So right now, if I ask my Kubernetes, can you tell me how many deployments you have? So they deploy one application of WordPress. So we ask them, this guys, can you please expose this deployment? Either you can use guys deploy or deployment, the same thing. Okay, deployment called my WordPress. Okay, and I want they will deploy with the external load balancer. Okay, and with the port because this is a website, I would like to launch with the port number 80. By default, guys, they will contact to the Google load balancer. You guys know this part. They will contact to the Google load balancer, this one, and they launch one more load balancer for you. Yeah, one more load balancer they launch for you. Right now I have only one. Okay, but they launch one more for you. So let me launch this. Okay, so if I ask Kubernetes, how many can you tell me the load balancers that you have? Let's say for this service or for this deployment, I launch a load balancer. They are pending because they are working for us. If I refresh, you can see they are working for us. Okay. So finally, guys, very quick, guys, just two commands. If you notice, guys, just two commands, right? Right, just two commands. So finally, according to this diagram, we have this load balancer. Okay, according to this diagram, we have one pod launch. Inside the pod, we are running with WordPress, and we already have MySQL run. Now we have to only connect these guys. So what to connect? We have to tell my WordPress to store data here. For this, we have to tell your WordPress that IP and username password these guys. Okay, so that's what I'm going to do. So for this, how to connect to the WordPress or front-end side, you have to connect via this service. So I get the real IP here. Click. I'll go to my portal or one of the website, and if I hit this IP, you will see, guys, you will be connected to the load balancer, and load balancer is running with the WordPress, and WordPress is successful running. So technically, we are connected to the WordPress site. And if you click continue, here they ask you if you want to install the WordPress, you have to connect with the databases. And guys, normally WordPress support MySQL database, and we have MySQL. Okay, let's go. So here guys, you have to give IP of database. So we know the database IP. So I'll go to my databases. So this is the IP of the database. And we enable guys this IP to come from anywhere in the world, this IP. And guys, in this database, we have created one database. So MySQL is a database server. And database server, we create one database called LWDB. So we ask these guys to store all the data in LWDB. And here guys, we set the username here already. The username we set is root and with some password and password. The thing that I don't like here, I don't know why they show the password here, but when I type, you will see my password. But guys, don't try to log in my password. I don't want this spectacle to mess around, right? So password is very simple actually, right? But when I click, you can see, if you guys see this page, it means your WordPress is able to connect with the database. Okay, this connectivity is done, and we click here. So WordPress is actually behind the scene, go to database and install everything for you. Okay, if you see this message, it means your front end is successfully connected to the backend. The great thing about backend, guys, it is a fully managed services by GCP. Okay, and you can set some title of website, like say hi LW. You can set the username for the website. Let's say I'm setting Vimal with some password. I'm setting my email address and install. That's all. That's all, guys. Your WordPress installed. You can log in. Okay. This website. So guys, this database. I said this login and password, and I can log in. I might forget to save the password, but after you give that particular password, okay, I forgot to save the password, but you get lost and again just go and reset the password for email ID. But after you guys see, your WordPress website page will come up. Okay, this is one small thing, right? So finally, guys, this is just an example, one example, but but in this example, guys, if you see, I'm using three independent services. One load balancer of GCP, external load balancer according to Kubernetes. My front end is completely running on the top of Kubernetes, again managed by GCP. And here we launch one code of PHP or Python or maybe Java, depend, right? So here I use PHP because WordPress is completely built on PHP. Or you can ask your developers, they will create a website. And after the website, you can ask them to create a container image. And how to create a container image is so simple, not big deal. You can create a container image and upload in the Docker Hub. And if you guys go through my Docker classes, everything I explain you there, how to create the Docker image and how to upload. Okay, and then we store all the data. If then this application need database, so we store our backend in the MySQL. It's again fully managed. Okay, so this is a very common, typical kind of architecture we have built by using multiple services. Your architecture will be more complex. Maybe most of the time, guys, we need some more database in the front. It's called caching a database. Okay, so GCP has a service for caching database. So if you go to GCP, if you ask, do you have a cache database called Redis or memcached? So they also have a memory store. It's a cache database. Okay, if you are looking for some code and some kind of no SQL database for key value kind of pair, so they have a database called for data store or file store. Okay, they have these databases of big table for something like your data warehouse. So multiple different kind of data store or databases they have, depend whatever your use case, right? So yeah, when you guys go for some advanced training of GCP, like data engineering training or big data training of GCP. So there they talk more about these services, right? These services, or maybe Spanner or other services also, or data transfer also. Okay, but yeah, multiple for multiple different kind of data store or storage, they have multiple different kind of storage services. Okay, so these are the something. But here I explain you how to connect this guy and how to use one of the service of storage called SQL. Okay, some more service they have, guys. For example, I told you storage services. So if you go here, it is like a it is like a object storage services. Just go and upload the object. So it is something like if it's something like Google Drive, you just go and create a folder. And how to create the folder? Just create a bucket. So here bucket is known as folder. Okay, just go and create the folder. After create the folder, you can upload the images. So very straightforward. Some more extra things they have, but very straightforward. I don't want to discuss, but it's very simple. Just create a folder. Okay, and after create the folder, upload the images, videos, files, other things. And these images, videos, files are known as objects. So anybody have work on AWS, it is like S3. Or anybody haven't worked on AWS, so maybe you guys have used Google Drive or Dropbox, so it is something like this. Okay, you can use this. So the one more guys quick service I would like to explain you very quickly. Okay, and very quickly I just want to explain so that we can conclude this particular workshop. So one more service guys we have is called IAM. Okay, what is the use of the IAM, right? So guys, one minute please, guys. So what is IAM, right? So it is something like this, guys. Right now I am working in GCP from a main account. Like this is the account through which I have created my my main account, right? Okay, before this, one more thing, because a lot of guys may be asking me from yesterday only. Okay, anybody who are interested in to learn Kubernetes in detail. Okay, so there's one global program of Kubernetes called CKA. So from the Landsman guys, we are soon launch this training. Okay, so we'll guys update you the details about this soon when we launch, so we can guys join this training. Here guys, we are discussing about Kubernetes from very zero with all the advanced concept, right? So we'll guys soon launch this training. Not a workshop, it is a full-fledged global training. So anybody who want to launch, who want to learn, you can join this particular training. Plus we also guys soon launch AWS training, CSA. Again, it's not workshop, is a complete full-fledged training. Anybody who want to learn almost everything about AWS service in very detail, it's a new version we are launching. And even though guys, the content would be 2 or 3 times more the content that we have, with a lot of real use cases of AWS cloud. So you can join this training, right? So both the training guys we are launching, even though here also what the content they have in the global, we are going to launch. We provide 2 or 3 times more content in this training. So it's not yet a launch, but soon we are planning to launch this two board training. You can want to join, you can join. And guys, as an alliance world, we are always trying to provide the training for the learners with a 10 times less cost in the market, right? Content is always more with the real use case, real practicals, but the price we always try to make 10 times less price. So anybody can afford and learn this new technology. It's not 10%, it's 10 times I'm talking about. Okay, 10 times less price we are trying to manage either the workshops or the trainings also, right? So we'll launch soon, we'll update the actual cost price, plus we'll also update the actual content what we are going to deliver, right? It's not launched soon, but yeah, we are launching in the planning of launching soon these programs, right? So let's go to IAM. So in the IAM, in the IAM guys, it is something like this. Right now we are working on a project. Okay, this project. because guys, till now guys, we have login from this account, and this is the root account, because this is the account through which I create this particular GCP account. And this account guys, we attach my credit card. So this is called a root account, and root account is all the power. They can go to any of the project, they can delete any project, they can create any project, they can they can they can create any resources here. Okay, so so if you talk about my root account from which I created my GCP, for my email ID or for my email ID, or my Google account I use to to create this account are known as a root account, and that has a power to do anything in any of the projects. Okay, so I can say my root account has a power, and guys, this power here is known as a role. So my root account, this is my mail account here, has a power or has a role to do anything in any of the projects. And this role is typically known as the owner role. So I can say my this particular account through which I connect, I create this GCP account here, has a role, okay, has a power of ownership. They can do anything here. They can do anything here. But maybe guys, we are working on a team. So we create one project called Linux project here. And what I want, guys, for example, we are working on a team, and our team, we have multiple different users. So let's say one is Vimal, one we have Harry, one we have Eric, something like this. So what I want, guys, in this particular project, I would like to give a Vimal a power that Vimal can do anything. But I would like to give a Harry a power. Harry can only go inside this power, inside this project, and they can only view. So this power or this role, I would have to give the this role I would have to give the Harry. So as a a supervisor kind of things, they will go and see what exactly we are doing here. Or maybe similarly, we would like to give Harry a power. The Harry can go inside this power, this project, and they can do create something, and launch something, edit something. So multiple guys roles we have, even though we can also create our customized role, but we have some role called owner. Owner means who own this, who have all the power. Okay, we have one role called view, through which we can this user, after they log in, they can only view, they can't do anything. Edit power, like this we have multiple power. So every power will have some power, uh, will have some power, and this power means what can they do is called permission. So everybody has, we can assign some permission, whatever they can do. Okay, here, guys, this is known as, guys, access. So what can I do? I can tell Vimal that I am giving you access to do everything in this project. Harry, I am giving you access only to view in this project. You can't have a power to delete and create something new. I'm just giving you a power to only view. View, you can think like a read only power. You can only see what exactly happening there, but you can't create anything. Or Eric, I just want to give a power to readable, like edit power. You can go and either view, I can delete. The thing is there. So if you want to give a user, guys, a power access, and user typically also known as identity. So if you want to give Vimal identity or Vimal user power to do something in this project. So for this, we have one service available in the cloud called IAM. It's called identity and access management. So how we can do for this? For this, you can go first. You have to log in from your main account. That's where I am in. Okay, and then you can go to a service called IAM. And guys, from this service also, you can also set a quotas also. I keep on talking about yesterday quota. So you can go and increase the quota, decrease the quota. Okay, and maybe you can contact to Google support team. They will increase more as per your demand, right? So here I am just going to IAM in the top. Okay, let me share this part. Where is my document? So after guys you log in, yeah, you should be guys inside that particular project. So which project you want to give the power? Let's say I would like to give a power to this project. So first switch yourself to this project, and after switch guys, there is an option here to add. So what I want guys, I want to give a Vimal user a power to this project. Okay. What power? View or read only, depend guys what you want. So I can go and add the user. And here guys, I am allocating one member to this project. And for the guy, you have to give your Google email ID, okay, a Google username. Okay. So even though if you check here, what kind of format they support, so you can give gmail.com or Google Groups. Okay. So for example, I have one of my email ID is called vimal.linuxworld@gmail.com. So this is my one of my real Google or Gmail ID. So I can tell I can tell that if this user login from their account or Vimal user login from their account, I would like to give a power, a role. Which role? On the project. So I would like to give a Vimal a project level role. And what role? For example, only view. So Vimal can only view all the resources in this particular project where I am in right now. Okay, right now I'm in the project called LW Project 1. So Vimal, after login, they can only view. I'm not only giving the read only kind of power. Plus, we can also set a conditions also here. You don't want Vimal will go in this project every time, because we know we work in a company 5 days, morning 10 to 5, right? We can set the condition when you want to give this power. You can add the condition here. Okay, so in the condition you can tell the time schedule at what time you want to give this power. So something you can just go and configure here. Okay, but right now I'm just giving the power to all the times. Plus, because this is the first time we are giving this power, yeah, I want to notify this guy with mail. So what happened, guys? From this email ID is a different email ID. Will sending the mail to this user. Okay, and say somebody from this project, from this admin, they want to give you power on this project. So you can log in from this account, and this account go to this project. You can see only, you can view this project only. Okay, so let me save this. So now this particular project from a main root account, somewhere at linuxworld@gmail.com, we have given, if you go down, we have given this user a view power only. View power only. Okay, and we will also be notified. So if I go to this email account, so I might see one mail come up in my Gmail account. So if I log into my Gmail account, okay, if I log into my Gmail account, so this is my Gmail account. So I might got one email ID. Okay, if you see one email come up, so this is the mail I got in my email account. This one. Okay, and this is from cloud, and say somebody has given you a power of viewer in this project from this account. Okay, so if you want to if you're going to go and check, I just click open console, and what you'll see, you can see guys, this is a new account I have. Okay, and I I by default guys landed to this project. See here, this project. And guys, by chance, through in my account, I have other projects also that is given by somebody else, or maybe created by me. Okay. Okay. So in this project now, because in this project I have only read only power or view power. So if I go to any of the services, for example, let's say I go to Compute Engine. So you can you can see guys all the instances they launch. Okay, but here I don't have a power to create anything new. I can only see the nodes they are running. And by the way, 3 nodes are running because of the because the slave node. So there's 3 slave node they launch from the Kubernetes. but I don't have power. Guys, if you see here, this I don't have power to delete, because because the owner of this project owner of this project is only give me to view. But maybe I'll go to my this project again. I am the owner. I can go and change. For example, I don't want to give Vimal as a viewer power. I just go click edit and say, now Vimal, you will have a power of editor. I just change my power. So now after Vimal login, I come to this screen. I log in already in this project. Let me refresh this page. What do you see, guys? Now the the owner of that project give a power of editor. Editor means read writable. Now guys, you can see automatically this option come up, right? See, I can create new instances. I click here. I can I can I can stop this zooming because it's running from the GCP. Okay, but I can create, I can import, I can restart, refresh, or some other things also we can do. Okay. Okay, maybe you can give other power also to do some more things. Maybe I can give Vimal a power of owner. Now Vimal, you are the power owner of this full access to all the resources. Just give the power of owner. Owner. So if I again refresh, some more extra power you can get, not in the service and other services also. You can get it. So if I click this, you guys obviously it's not coming up these options to delete because this instance is launched by Kubernetes services. But if you launch by yourself, you can also get some extra power also. But now Vimal will get all the power. So now guys, you can utilize this concept to helping each other. So due to any reason, guys, you guys is not able to some guys is not able to create an account in GCP, so you can ask some other user in your WhatsApp group. And let's say one user here called, let's say, Rahul is able to create a GCP account, and one user we have here called Harry. Harry is not able to create. So if you know that Rahul, ask them to authorize. Rahul will go to their GCP account, create one project, and give this project access to this guy. So this guy can also benefit. Even though, guys, we have given you some quick lab extra support from our side. So anybody who are debit card or credit card is not working, you can use this facility from us. Okay, to practice. I think they give you some more credit to you extra to practice, but maybe due to any reason QFLEC is not working, so you can take the help from other volunteers or other user or the learner of this workshop. They will create one project for you and give access to you, and you can practice and give back to them. Okay, that will be your choice, guys. Or plus you can do lots of things, guys. We can we can customize the role. We can say only I would like to give power of Kubernetes cluster. I would like to give the power of SQL database. So multiple power you can customize. For this, you have to go to go here in the roles, and you have to create some customized role. Customized role. You can create the role. I'm not, guys, going for this part. Right now in this training, we don't require this knowledge, but we can create a customized role, and we can tell I'm going to create my own role. Anybody who use this role or this power, they can only use Kubernetes cluster, or they can only use SQL cluster, or they can only create SQL cluster, or something like this. So a lot of customization, guys, you can do here. A lot of customization you can do here. So tons of things is there, right? You can see 3,000 plus different kind of permission you can set. You can create a role and assign to some user. So I'm not going for this direction, but it's pretty simple. Even though you can just come here, you will see it's very logical. Okay. So this is a very much quick introduction about the IAM. At least you can see how to attach the projects, and give some power using the IAM to some of the user of the Google accounts. That's what you can do. And guys, I need 5 more minutes. One more small service we have to be discussed. Very straightforward, nothing special. Okay. So let me cover one more service, then we'll conclude the today's workshop. Okay. So guys, the good thing about the cloud is they have managed services. Managed services. If you talk about the Google as a GCP cloud, so they have a complete data center. They give you RAM, they give you CPU, they give you routers, switches, firewalls, securities, and we can build our complete lab on the top of this. So we can say GCP is a infrastructure as a service. AWS also infrastructure service. Okay, so GCP is a infrastructure as a service. Okay, okay, because they are giving you to create a complete infrastructure on the top of this. The way we create, guys, yesterday using VPC, we use create our own lab on our office, plus a router, network, security, firewalls. So we can create a complete infrastructure on the top of GCP. Because we create, obviously they give the resources, but we have to manage. But why are we creating the infrastructure? Because final requirement would be I want one OS. In the top of the OS, I would like to run my code. And who create this code? Developers. Okay. And guys, if you talk about the developer perspective, developer guys, every 10 minutes, every hour, they keep on changing the code. And after an hour, they keep on running the code to test how everything will work. But developer guys don't want they don't want to they create the infrastructure. They don't want to put some networking. They don't want to install the OS. Maybe they don't want, for example, the developer in the Python language. They don't want to install the Python interpreter. Their focus area is on development. They keep on writing the code and they keep on writing the code. Keep on writing the code. Keep on writing the code. So what the developer need, they need this complete setup to be ready for them. So in the top of this, they will go and upload the code and run it. After run, they test it. They test it. So if you provide this kind of infrastructure, especially this is very useful for the developers, like Java developer, Python developer, Ruby developer, Go language developer, right? So this kind of platform is known as platform as a service, right? Platform service. So again, multiple products available in the market for the platform as services. So if you go to AWS, they have an Elastic Beanstalk. Okay, and if you go to GCP, in GCP we have a product called GAE, Google App Engine. So Google App Engine is a product through which you can achieve platform as service. Nothing special, very simple. Multi facilities they definitely have, but very simple. This product is very very much useful for developer. Not only developer can use, but yeah, very much useful for the developer. Okay, developer will go and upload the code. They run the code in this platform and they test the output. They keep on running, they upload the code, they test the output. Because guys, developers keep on changing the code, so they also maintain the multiple versions. So when they upload the first code, they maintain here. When they again upload the same code with some changes, rather than they override, they create one more version for you. So creating the versions, they automatically can be done by you. So like this, multiple facilities they have, but very straightforward. Okay, I'm just trying to explain you here. So, and GAE is a product that is for it's called Google App Engine for platform as a service. So how to use this? So if you go to your project, okay, inside the project, guys, you have one service called App Engine. If I click here, so this is the first time we are going to use. Okay, they said, you want to create an application? I say yes. Which region? I would like to launch my app just for testing or for running. Let's say maybe in US East one. Create. Which language code you want to upload? I would like to upload Python. These are the languages mainly that support Python, PHP. Let's say I would like to launch Python. Python. Click next. Okay. So guys, here they don't give you as such an option to upload the code. So if you want to upload the code, then you have to again go for command line, G-Cloud. So for example, let's say this is the developer laptop. developer laptop, he working here, they're working here. Okay, let's say I open my command line, and let's say I am doing a code in the Python language. Okay, so I'm working here, and after my code, for example, I have one code already with me. Okay, what already with me? I'll share guys this code to you in a minute. Okay, so I have this code of the Python already, just for testing. Okay, this code I have. Okay, and here I have a code for 1 minute for. Okay, I'll share this code in a minute with you. Okay, so I have a code for GA, I believe. One minute. I am looking for to run my code for App Engine. Okay, this code I have, and I think in the standard folder, I'll share this code to you. And I've the guy, there's a multiple code of the Python. So if you guys ever work on Python, they have multiple Python framework. One is Django, one is Flask, and something like this. So let's say I'm a developer, I just write one very basic program, let's say hello world. Okay, so let me go to this folder called hello world. So this is a code, guys, let's say I've written. Okay, and guys, anybody who ever work on Python, so this is the kind of file we work. And let me guys open this code, just show you what is there. So this is the code, guys, we have, and this code, guys, is nothing. I'm just writing hello world, that's all, or maybe let's say Linux world. And anybody, guys, who know Python, especially who know the web technology in the Python. Okay, so this is the code in the Python through which we can create a website. So anybody who don't know the website but interested in to know how to create a web application in the Python API, so you can join my IIC training over the Python. It is absolutely free, where I explain you from very basic to all the advanced. Especially we are going to use Flask as a framework to create the application. But let's say this application you have. So again, this is not for the IT guys, but as if you are the Python developer or the PHP developer, you can create your own website. Let's say in my website, I create Linux code as a content. Okay, save. Now what I want, guys, I would like to run my code where I would like to run my code in the GCP here. So for this, you have to run this command here. That's all. Okay, you run this command. So what this command will do, guys, the thing. Okay, this will go and check your current folder, and any of the Python code you have, they upload to the Google Cloud, and they will run there. So typically, guys, as a developer perspective, you have to work on a laptop. You keep on writing your code, changing your code, and whenever you think you would like to deploy your code, run your code in the cloud, so they can test, or maybe you want to share your code to public world also, just keep on running this command. So wherever you run this command, your code will be deployed in the Google App Engine. Okay, and underlying architecture, router, switches, firewall, security. Okay, your base OS, Python installation, everything will be taken care by Google Cloud, guys, because this is the Google App Engine. This is the platform and service. They are giving a platform for the Python language. Okay, and you just focus on writing the code and uploading the code there. That's all. And because, guys, this is the this is the website. This is the code that I created, is the website code. So they give one URL here. After the code upload, you can check the code from here. So I can go to the website, or I can check my code. Okay, again, this website, the URL, the name, everything they maintain for you. They maintain for you. So he said output comes here. Nice one. So because my code is uploaded, and as a developer, your code might change again. You can go and change, for example, Linux word, new code, and you think, guys, after this code has been done completely, and you want to again deploy, so in the real world also can see, or you can also see this code Okay, again upload this code. So again, you have to just, as a developer, you have to just only focus on one particular sorry, one particular command is called Google Cloud App Deploy. Just run this command. Again, the new code will go upload and deploy. But interesting thing guys here is because the platform services, when you're uploading the new code, they are not they are not overriding. Rather than override, they create one more version for you. Maybe guys, new version will be crashed, right? So we can again roll back to the older version. So multiple version they create. Okay, but right now guys, they're showing the latest data, the latest code. But if you think the latest code is not working, there's option here to roll back. your site will be rolled back. But right now, if you again go and refresh, you guys in a minute you'll see, because I'm still uploading. And guys, a lot of things also they're also doing traffic splitting. So guys, if anybody know blue green deployment, something like this, they're doing for you. So any new traffic come up, they will send to the newer code, and any old traffic that is already connected and session going on, they won't disconnect. They will keep on sending to older code. Okay, so something like something this kind of split they're doing for you. So there are a lot of guys in underline the underline application respective things they manage for you. You don't have to worry about it. Okay, and even though if you go here and again you click on the app engine, you can see multiple things here. So I click on the app engine. Maybe the next step. They're showing here. I don't know why I'm showing. Okay, so let me go to app engine first. Here, as you can go to dashboard. Here they're showing the option dashboard. What they show you, the application that we have deployed. Obviously, you have to select the project. 1 minute. It should come up, but maybe let's go to the instances. So they launch this instance for you. Okay, they launch the instance for you or lesser services in this project. I actually, you know what? Because I haven't selected my project. So by default, they launch in this project. So this is they're not showing you here. So they launch in this project. Here, this come up, right? So they show you in the dashboard. They show you, a lot of guys think they show you, okay, who connected, when they connected, the report, summary, tons of things. They show you which page they hit. Okay, what is services. Okay, so you can see at the 4 version we have. 2 version I already had, so 2 more version they created. 2 more version they created for us. Okay, so a lot of things they have, and finally they launch. And if I again open a page, new page come up. Okay, so as a developer perspective, guys, you just go and keep on changing the code, uploading. Okay, one more guys file we have. As a Python developer perspective, you have to focus on the Python code. But because you are uploading this code in the GAE, you have to always also create this file, because this file is the one who instruct your Python or instruct your GCP app deploy where to deploy. Because Python will have multiple versions, right? Which Python version to use? Python 2.7 or 3.4, 3.5. So in this file, we have to write this. So this file is not related to Python. This file, again, developer has to create for GAE to tell GAE that when you upload this code, this is the main code you have to run. And we need Python 2.7, 2.6 or 3.5 or 3.8 you have to write. Maybe Java version or PHP version you have to write. Okay, so you have to write this file also. Okay, so when you run the G Cloud, they will go and read this file. And from this file they come to know, hey, you are looking for Python platform, so I will launch Python for you, and on the top of Python I will launch this program for you. And after I launch, I give you one URL, because this is a web application. So in this URL, you can go and see the things, or maybe you can change the projects also. Maybe if you go for help, okay, here they show you which project you want to run on. For example, I can write here hyphen project, and I would like to launch this thing in this project. This command support here. So your application is launching in a in your project. You can see your project name change. Okay. They give one different, every project has their own different URL. They give this URL to you, and you can also go to your project and see you can see now your application is deployed inside your project. Okay, so they're deploying. After deploy, you can see it will come up. So they're still deploying, uploading the code. So this guys mainly the developer tool, but I can't say this developer tool. Okay, if company think they would like to manage the entire infrastructure as a managed services, they will focus mainly on the development of the code and everything about the complete management of hardware, RAM, CPU, scaling, load balancers, security, plus giving the OS with pre-installed Python interpreter or Java compilers or JVM machines, everything they manage. Plus there's lots of things guys in the code world we have to manage about rolling updates. If you guys know about rolling updates, everything they will manage this for you. Okay, so tons of things guys manage. So it is good good tool, I say, is a one complete box. You have to just upload your code and this code they give on URL, and this pass this URL to client, and you don't have to focus, everything they will manage for you. That's the good thing about GAE. A very powerful tool. A lot of companies use this tool. They don't have to worry about other things, everything these guys manage for them. Okay, and if you want to get this code for testing in your respective language, so guys, when you come to this page and when you go and select the language, whichever language you want to test, click next. Here they give you the URL of the GitHub. So I downloaded this code from here only. Okay, this is a GitHub URL, and here you can go because I selected Python. Okay, so they give you the complete Python code. So you want to test the Django code, Firebase code, Flask code, Hello World. This is the code I use right now. Multiple code they put here. Okay, maybe if you're the guys developer, you already have your code, but you can get the idea from here how they have been constructed. Okay, so this is a code I have used right now. The same file I used. So your code is exactly same the way you use, but only thing extra that your developer has to do if you want to upload your code in the GAE platform as a service, this to create this file. Because using this file, you're telling your GAE which runtime, which interpreter we want. Plus maybe some more extra thing also, but this is the main thing you have to tell. You're telling your program, your G cloud command. Okay, file upload, and after you run this, you'll see the output come up, right? So very guys quick, there's nothing special. Lots of things we can do, no doubt here, but for the workshop I think that must be enough to discuss this particular service, right? So that's all guys. This 2-day workshop, I'll try to touch as much as I can. Okay, I know this very highly disturbing. Okay, because of my cough and cold, but it's for harder for me guys, very harder to speak guys when you have this much cough and cold. But I'll try to touch, I'll try to speak as much as I can, even though I keep on speaking actually. But yeah, very great of you guys because of this. I know it is very disturbing to listen while in this way. So but yeah, main thing guys, intention for me to to enable you guys in the one of the great platform of Google Cloud, and to at least give you the idea of multiple flavors, depend guys which which context you would like to work on. There might maybe a lot of services we have, but according to agenda we have covered everything. Even though we have covered some more extra things that is not the part of agenda, we have covered. But anybody who are interested in big data or on some extra networking services. maybe maybe um, these are big data services like data flock, all the things. And so data flock, sorry, machine learning, IoT. So maybe guys, I'll try to maybe in the future I'll I'll take one dedicated workshop on machine learning of GCP machine learning, or maybe I'll take one dedicated workshop on big data GCP. So let's see guys, there I will talk much about purely on these services. But for obviously guys, for that workshop you have these knowledge required. If you don't know about VPC or computer engine, you might not be able to understand those concepts there. So if you want to go for any of the further advanced services, this much knowledge is required. After this much knowledge of projects, other things, IAM, you can learn some more other services. So that's what that was is one of the plan of mine. So enable you guys at the basic level of the cloud. Again, it's not basic. I've shown you multiple component connect also with each other. Okay. So this is one thing. So for my side, guys, whatever we plan and the agenda we cover. Okay, lots of practicals I have shown you. Task, guys, from my side is so after guys you successful complete this workshop, we will provide you certificate. But if you want to get extra certificate, let's give you a benefit. So one task I am going to give you. So what can you do, guys? You just try you just try to create multi projects. I show you yesterday. Multi projects you create means 2 projects you create. Let's say one project called Dave, one project you can create called Prod. In this project, guys, you can create a different VPC. Here you can create different VPC the way I show you yesterday. Let's say you create this VPC in Singapore. You create this VPC, let's say in US. Okay. After create the VPC, connect these guys to each other with VPC peer that I show you yesterday. Okay. And now do one thing, guys. In this VPC, launch your Kubernetes cluster. In this VPC, launch your database cluster. Okay, like MySQL. Okay, okay, and then you just go and launch one application here. Let's say WordPress. Okay, launch here, or maybe rather WordPress, you can go for Drupal or Cake PHP, or maybe any other. If you have your own code of Java or something, you can launch that. Okay, and what I want, guys, here, what I want here, whatever application you launch, this application requires some database. And let's say let's say we can't provide a database to my developer team. My production team has some database, so they can give some access to the database. So whatever guys you write here, they store everything in this database across the different country, different VPC, different production project using peer. Okay, that's what I want. So it, guys, is a complete, it will be also give you a complete practice also for all the concepts I explain you. Even though I suggest for doing this practical, do one thing rather than you log in from a main root account. Maybe if you want, you can create one more Gmail account and give owner access of this project, these projects. Okay, if you want. Otherwise, you, through which you can also practice IAM. But but even though if you don't want to do it, will be your choice. But this part is very interesting. You also come to know a lot of extra concepts also when you build it. Finally, guys, what happened, guys, and when any customer connect, obviously there will be one load balance automatically they create. So any of the customer they create, connect to this load balancer, they can see the site. Okay, but whatever data the site will show you, it come from your database running in the US. Or maybe there might be some security comparison. US government say you are a bank and we won't allow your data to be stored in some other country. Okay, so we would like to store our data in the US only. But we can we can create our front end in multiple countries, and whenever they need, they will fetch the data and show the customer. This might be one of the requirement, maybe. So multiple requirement we have, so that is the reason we have constructed this practical, right? Or maybe you have to add some extra thing or component on the top of this, you can add. So guys, this task is not compulsory, okay? But but those who will construct this task, create one one document for this, create maybe one article for this, share this document article. I don't want to, we don't want to check your URL. You check your URL, but in this document article, just write all the steps, maybe with the screenshots. That what approach you use. So share this article and the document will guys update you how to share with us. So after we check, we will give you one extra certificate. It will help you a lot. Okay, this is one task for, and it's also good output, guys, for the workshop to test your skills. Okay, so that's all, guys. From my side, it's a workshop, guys. I'll try to touch as much as I can in 2 days, and I told you guys more than 60% content of a real real training of GCP we have done with, I think, more than 5 times or 3 times more practical content where they never discuss on the global program we discuss here, with a lot of use cases also. So that's all, guys, from my side. Any query if you have, you can ask me in the Q&A. Yes, guys, we will update you about the upcoming pure Kubernetes class and upcoming about AWS class, guys, in the WhatsApp group. So Sridhar will update you soon in respective WhatsApp group, right? From guys, for our side, Nikhil, no, App Engine is not the Lambda. It's not Lambda. App Engine like a beanstalk. But anybody who know Lambda in AWS, this is called function as a service. So GCP also have a function as a service, very powerful service, even though they have, this is this one. So if you, anybody who know function as a service, or anybody know in AWS, we have a Lambda. So here, like at Lambda, we have this service, this called function, cloud function. So if you go to cloud function, it is a serverless program working as a function as service. It is exactly the way we have a Lambda in the GCP. Okay, so this function, so GAE is not a function as service. GAE is like a beanstalk, elastic beanstalk in the AWS. Yes, I recommend don't do the task in a group. You can take the help of each other. That will be your personal lookout. You can take the help of each other. I recommend to do this task only. You just do single by your own. Why? Because there's not a lot of components we have covered here. Okay, so there's 4 or 5 components. So I want you personally practice this. But yeah, you can work in a group that internally, that will be your lookout. But we consider this task to be done alone, right? Yes, Celeste, we will definitely launch big data workshop of GCP soon, right? Definitely I'll try. Junaid, if you want to convert your Kubernetes into the domain name, then we have one DNS service here. You can configure the DNS. They will help you to convert the IP of Kubernetes into the domain. So they have one service of DNS you can go and configure. Or maybe you can use not this DNS, you can use your own personal DNS, or you can use AWS DNS. So any of the DNS server you can use to convert the IP of Kubernetes to the domain name. I use, there's no such deadline from my side, but I suggest just try to do quickly because the concept is very fresh. So as soon as you can do it, will be good. Himanshu, there's same thing, DC and the deployment same. There's no difference, right? Especially in the OpenShift, we use the term called DC, and in the Kubernetes we use a term called deployment. But they are the same concept. There's no difference. There's DC, this is called deployment configuration, or deployment is same thing. Yes, Raghav, AWS also have VPC peer. Okay, so if you go to AWS, you can see one more tab there for VPC peering. Same concept is there. Yes, Balvinder, we have a concept here for auto scaling. In the portal also we can enable the auto scaling. Plus also in the kubectl we have a command called auto scaling. So you don't have to manually scale. You can go for auto scaling. Thank you, Priya, very much. Yes, they create the logs here. They guys very fantastic service they have, If you guys know about about AWS, we have a cloud cloud watch, and CloudWatch we have our logs. Especially guys, same here, we have a stack driver. So in the stack driver guys, it will create the logs. So any metrics you want to check, any logs you want to check, okay, you can go for a service called stack. So the stack will help you to manage all the things. Okay, so stack is one service like a cloud like a cloud watch here. So you want to see how who is connected, from where they connected, the metrics and the other things, everything you can check here. Plus you can check the IP of from your web application. For example, you have the web server, right? You can go and check the web server logs also to check the things, right? Guys, somebody asked me one one great question: how we come to know in my laptop my kubectl running on GCP or AWS? So guys, in the kubectl, we can use one command called kubectl view-config. This will tell you right now your kubectl is connecting to the GCP cloud or AWS cloud or your own personal Kubernetes. Kubectl config view, sorry. So there's a lot of output come up, but if you go up, there's an option come up called default. Because in my laptop, I have multiple Kubernetes cluster I already connected. So if you go up, there's one default entry that's called current context. And here they talk about they are connected with GKE cluster in your project in Southeast. So by this line, you come to know right now your laptop is connected to which cluster, GKE, EKS, your own personal laptop cluster. You can use this command to check. This is the command you can use. Okay. However, Jenkins is a CI/CD tool to integrate multiple components together, right? CI/CD tool. Hers deployment is a way to launch the pod. So if you want pod to be managed by somebody, you can use deployment. So there's a difference, right? So you can launch the pod directly also, but I want somebody will manage my pod. So I use deployment here. Yes, Ankit, GAE will have all the thing Intel, even though they won't show you, but inside the GAE app engine, right? They launch one instance for you, and this instance they manage behind the load balancers with all the high availability. Okay, so they won't show you, but internally they manage everything for you. It's like a complete one box package they give you for the load balancer. Sorry, for platform as a services. App engine hard disk you can use for multiple purposes. You can use for testing also, and you can also use for production also, right? So if you have any application you want to deploy to the production, you can use app. There's a lot of company using app engine directly because they don't want to manage the all multiple components. So obviously we won't get complete control and flexibility. Okay, but if you don't want to manage your by yourself, you can go for app engine and launch your application there, and just give the URL to the public world. They can see your site. Guys, we will update you guys today where you can upload your summary. So in the WhatsApp group, guys, soon we'll update where you can update your summary and your comments also. Yes, Shashi, guys, definitely some more demos I'll show you definitely, but obviously we can't continue here. PubSub also, Vishnu, is one tool where it is like a message queue, right? PubSub. Okay, my message queue, or you can think it is something like this. Is a combination of message queue with SNS, which is notification services, right? So if you ever work on AWS, so like SNS or queue services is a PubSub. So it's based on subscriber. You can send the message, put in the queue, and anybody can subscribe to this message for for multiple things, right? So again, we normally discuss PubSub normally in the data engineering training or in big data training. So we discuss there much about the PubSub. Akansa, there's there's no as such challenge in the Docker, but if you go to my Docker classes, even though the link we share is one Docker class, but if you this classes would be there in the YouTube. So there's 6-7 sessions I cover in the Docker, very detailed. I covered there. So if you go to the complete class, you can come to know more power of Docker, or maybe some of the challenges also you can see in the Docker. Okay. But here, guys, I haven't said I replaced Docker. Here, I say Kubernetes is managing the Docker, right? So technically, the pod is running inside the Docker only or by the Docker only. Okay, but there might be some challenge in Docker. You can go to my training there. You can talk about. Satvik, we recently covered one very powerful training of machine learning called MLOps. So as such, we don't have plan, but if we have, we update you guys. Sort of guys, if you're using QLab provided by us, and here they are not giving any any way to create the project, don't worry guys, you can do all the tasks in single project only. Okay, so just use the single project to do all the tasks. Okay, or maybe in the single project also you can create two VPC. Okay, and you can peer between two VPC. So for VPC and peering, you don't need to project. In single project you can create two VPC and peer it. Okay. So yes, guys, in the QClub, you might not able to create multi-project, but the task I given you, you can, for those guys who don't have main account of the GCP, you can do the complete task in single project only. Thank you, Gopal. Darshan, we have a one service in the Google Cloud for the DNS. You can configure there. You don't have to configure. Again, this is a managed service. You just go and update your domain name. And they're also working as a domain registry. You can purchase your domain name also from there, like you purchase the GoDaddy. Yes, as well, we have already seen how to make a VPC yesterday, right? Yesterday, um, we have discussed about how to create VPC. Thank you very much, Akhil. I just appreciate this, and I also say thank you to your mother. Okay, thank you very much for this concern. Guy, any query about the QClub, you can put in your WhatsApp group and ask some of the technical volunteers there. They will help you for sure. Guys, we will share, guys, all the screenshot to you guys. So this Google Drive, guys, we have shared to you, and all the the diagram commands. I will share everything in this Google Drive. So we have created one doc for you for per date basis. So this is doc for 23rd. So I put all the screenshot over here. Yes, Dipanshi, I really agree with this. Nowadays, guys, there's a lot of webinar happening and workshop happening. So normally they don't talk much about the the benefits and the scope and the real practical side. So so it's bad actually. They're wasting the time sometime. But yeah. Bhupinder, if you're not account is not active, so I suggest you can find there somewhere the support option of the Google. Just comment them or raise the ticker there that your account 1 rupee is detected but is not active. So maybe in some 22 2 hours, 2 days or 3 days maximum, they will activate the account for sure. So just raise your ticket or raise your concern there in the support ticket side. You can find somewhere you can do it. Anil, actually, Ansible class is actually going on. There's no future plan for now next Ansible. And current Ansible, you can't join because almost we are in the closure mode. So we don't have a further plan for Ansible. uh, if you want to launch in this load balancer, only one command I show you, Kubernetes command. It will launch the the expose command, right? So I share this command already to you. So this will automatically launch. Yes, Saurabh, guys, when I launch my Kubernetes class in AWS, I will also take exam bootcamp also, right, for you guys, because this will be official program. Content will be more, but I will take exam bootcamp also for you guys after the completion of Kubernetes and the AWS. Guys, we'll update you the complete task in detail in the WhatsApp group. So guys, I suggest guys, all the technical volunteer we have here, if they're listening to me, I suggest the task I have asked everybody to do, just create one detailed note of the task and put in all the WhatsApp group. So everybody have a in written what exactly they have to do. And also mention there, if anybody have the quick lab and they don't have power to create a multiple projects, so they can do all the tasks in the single project only. Because in the single project, we can create 2 VPC and we can do the peering, right? So, so guys, I suggest the technical volunteer here, just create this one note and put in the all the WhatsApp group. Yes, it is GCP Cloud Shell using one Linux OS behind the scene. So it is like a one again instance. They launch one instance for you, and in this instance they are running everything. Typically, according to my knowledge, they are not actually OS, and then they are running some container. So one click, they launch one container and they give the container access to you. So technically, they are launching some kind of container behind the scene. That container running with Linux OS. Yes, Muralidhar, I really, even though guys, I highly suggest anybody who know AWS, and especially the guy who have done recently multi-cloud, hybrid multi-cloud training for me. I suggest you can do one thing. You can launch your front end in GCP. You can launch your database in AWS. Okay, just try to try to connect this, right? So GCP launching with Kubernetes with load balancer, and AWS is launching with the database, and just try to connect this. Okay, even though I suggest, especially with my cloud guys, uh, cloud hybrid multi-cloud, try to configure everything from the Terraform. So use the Terraform code and try to configure everything Terraform. I really appreciate that particular task. The task they have given to you, just try to create this complete task with the Terraform. Okay. No, Tarun, Tarun, for Kubernetes class, we don't need any EKS or AWS, right? It is a independent training. So we are going to create our own cluster in our own laptop. Okay. So in this Kubernetes class, I'll show you how to create your own cluster. Okay. So we don't need any AWS or we don't need any GCP. We'll create our own cluster in a laptop and we'll do all the practicals there. Yes, Ravi Ranjan, we are soon launching one DevSecOps class. A very powerful program we are going to launch soon. I think we already announced this part. So this is purely on the container security or DevSecOps, right? So it is about the OpenShift. So one Red Hat official program we launch. It's called DO425, where we we launch the complete DevSecOps with the container and the OpenShift security, right? So we'll ask again my team to update you in a WhatsApp group. Anybody who wanted to join this official program, you can join if you want. How to create DB cluster? Even though guys, you have in the option, if you go to portal, they ask you, do you want to configure the cluster and how many node you want and multiple things they have, read replica, everything you can do here. Okay, but very simple to do, but I'm not discussing here. Johnson, here, if you there's no as such difference, because maybe according to what you write here, maybe you are launching the Windows Server 12 or 1619 in the Docker port, and obviously this port is running on the top of Kubernetes. Now that would be your choice. You want to launch the Kubernetes in GCP, you can use GKE services, or same Kubernetes you can launch on the top of OpenStack. Then OpenStack also have one program called Magnum, you can use Magnum. Or maybe maybe you are integrating OpenStack with the OpenStack with the VMware as a backend hypervisor, and you can launch Kubernetes there. So depend how, what architect you have. Okay. Okay, but you ask me what is different between Kubernetes and OpenStack. OpenStack is a cloud, private cloud. Okay, but it is run on the top of your hardware, and top of this cloud you can launch Kubernetes. So we can launch Kubernetes on the top of OpenStack, and OpenStack is running on premises, means they are using your hardware. And because you launch Kubernetes in the OpenStack, so everything whatever did today in the Kubernetes you can do here. Okay. Okay, this will be a choice. But if you're saying here VMware, I'm not exactly understood what context you're talking about VMware, but normally we can integrate VMware with OpenStack to providing the hypervisor. And on the top of the hypervisor, we can launch the Kubernetes cluster. So multiple this kind of integration, Johnson, you can do. Uh, no, Sandeep. If you launch MySQL also in the port of you launch in the Kubernetes, you don't have to integrate all the port. So there's a role of load balancer come in play. So there's one more load balancer you can create. That's called internal load balancer of Kubernetes, known as cluster IP. So MySQL may be running multiple ports. So all the port is being is being abstracted by a load balancer of Kubernetes called cluster IP load balancer. So so as a WordPress, you can only connect to one of the load balancer of the MySQL. So this is where Sandeep is work. Nishar, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your concern. So, guys, what I'm going to do here. Okay, that's why I just want to conclude this workshop, and any other further queries, guys, you can put in your WhatsApp group, or highly suggest you can put in your Slack channel. Okay, some of the technical volunteers or maybe other learners will definitely help you guys. Okay, so I have thousands of queries actually, so I'll try to touch as much as I can, but I I can give you the assurity that your query will be solved. Put in the Slack channel, definitely somebody will help you guys. So thank you guys very much for to be the part of this particular journey of 2 days. And that's all, guys. See you guys somewhere in some of the other workshop, maybe in some other training. Bye. That's all, guys, from my side. Bye. See you. Take care.